here? Okay, Council, read us out of closed session, please.
Worker, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-mm.
I can.
I can.
I can.
Okay.
Are we all good? Okay.
Okay. All right, would you, Councilor Hill, would you read us out of closed session, please?
I move this council certify by recorded vote that to the best of each council member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion convening the closed session were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, and so we go right into our, so I called the meeting, council meeting for September 8th, 2020 to order. And we'll have a moment of silence. All right, thank you all. And Ms. Thomas, would you do the roll call, please?
Mr. Payne,
Here.
Mr. Snook,
Here.
Ms. Walker,
Here.
Ms.
Here.
Ms. Hill.
Here.
All right, thank you. And next, we'll have a motion to approve the agenda.
I so move.
Second.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And next we have announcements. And we'll start with Dr. Bonds. Mr. Willer, is Dr. Bonds on? Oh, I see her. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
Can I share my screen? Is that going to be possible?
Mr.
Yes,
Willer? Okay.
go ahead.
Let me. All right, so you all should be seeing a PowerPoint, turn that off too, slide, I hope.
We are.
Someone give thumbs. Okay, I see head nodding. Okay, so I thought I'd walk through a few things. Please feel free to interrupt me and ask any questions, just to give you an overview and some of the new ways that we're looking at data to get an idea of what's happening in our community. So this is our standard dashboard that you see here. We have 13 cases in the district today for a total of just under 2,700. With 174 individuals having been hospitalized and 57 unfortunate fatalities. Charlottesville, if you look at that bottom square, the orange lines, is just under 800 cases total with 27 hospitalizations and 23 fatalities. So when we look at cases, hospitalizations, and fatalities by race, ethnicity, and gender, and then by the various age groups, again, we see that Blacks or African Americans are overrepresented, as are Hispanics and Latino when considering the proportion of those populations in our district. And I put over on the side the percentage of the various groups in our district. So those are district level, not locality level. And you can see that overrepresentation or that adverse impact on Blacks or African Americans and the Hispanic or Latino is seen in both cases, hospitalizations, and in fatalities, so pretty much across the board. I would point out, since school starts today, I think actually for Charlottesville, or certainly this week, that while we have had some cases in the 0 to 9 and 10 to 19-year-old age group, we've actually had a relatively small number. We're seeing more individuals in the older age groups that are impacted by cases, and we've had very few hospitalizations in those younger age groups and no fatalities at all. I will just also add that we have not had any of the complications, the multi-system inflammatory condition that we sometimes see. There's been 8 cases in children in Virginia, none here in our district. We continue to do testing. This is the data or the information off of our website, and I've put the link at the bottom so that people know where to go. UVA has partnered with us, and they will offer testing every Monday and Tuesday in Charlottesville. Mondays is at the Church of Incarnation, and Tuesdays is at Mount Zion First African Baptist Church, and you see the addresses there. Those are walk up or drive up, either one, so you don't need to make an appointment for either of those two. The testing events that are hosted by the health department are listed below that. We are in Albemarle on September 9th, Greene September 10th, Fluvanna on September 15th, Albemarle September 18th, Louisa September 21st, and Albemarle again September 28th. You do need to register for those. Registration is 2 days before the event, 2 business days. So if it's a Monday, we would take registration on Thursday and Friday. And all of that information is found on our website that you see at the bottom. I wanted to give you just an indication of the complaints that are being registered. We have a number of people who call our hotline to register complaints, and we report those to the state. Individuals can also go directly to the state and register those complaints. So these are constituent complaints by week, starting from mid-June up until the most recent data, which includes last week. This is for the whole district. I have some information for locality, and they have started just this week to break it out for us. So going forward, I can give you the number of complaints specific to Charlottesville. And you can see we saw a real surge around the mid-July area, and it's gradually begun to taper off. When you look at the type of complaints, they are primarily either customers or employees not wearing masks or not doing appropriate social distancing. I would say just anecdotally, we've seen a lot better compliance with people wearing masks and adopting 100% mask wearing. And I think people generally are pretty good about trying to keep that buffer of 6 feet between individuals. So overall, we continue to see complaints, but the numbers continue to taper off every week. So now I wanted to this is data that's off of the VDH website, and I wanted to just walk you through sort of a timeline to give you an indication of another way of thinking about this pandemic and the impact on the community. So everyone needs to think back to when we had our first case in Charlottesville, and that was oh so long ago, March 17th of 2020. And I've shown here and got it marked out where that first one was. And if you then look at when we hit 200 cases, and I've chosen 200 because we're just about the 800 mark, and that allows us to look at doubling. That took 15 weeks for Charlottesville to have 200 cases. Now, we did have limited testing at the beginning, and so that probably contributed to the length of time that it took to get there, but really a very slow and gradual. And if you look at that curve that we've got marked out there, here along this area, you can see it's a fairly flat, gradual increase. And then we saw a pretty steep increase after that. So we went from June 27th when we hit 200 cases, and that is right before phase 3 was entered by the state. And then it took us just a brief 5 weeks to double that, to go from 200 to 400 cases. So really, and you can see that in the curve, it was a really rapid incline in the number of cases. This is right about the time that both the city and Albemarle County were discussing the ordinance that was put into effect on August 1. And here we can see sort of the impact of what's happened at this point. We've actually begun to see a flattening, quite a bit of flattening right in this area here, with a little bit more gradual increase. So it took 7 weeks to double from 400 to 800 at that point in time. So here we are back in March, and here we are in September with our nearly 800 cases at that point. So I think just looking at the slope of this, looking at the shape of this curve can be really helpful to get kind of an indication of how the disease is progressing in our community. We're unfortunately, again, on kind of a pretty steep uptick right now, and we can talk about what might be the causes of that in just a minute. So another new dashboard that the state has put out is one that we affectionately call the pandemic metric dashboard. It is not a public dashboard, but we are taking screenshots of it every week and sharing it with all of the county administrators who are free to share it with you all as well. This is a picture of the state. So this is sort of the landing page, and this is updated on a weekly basis. So it says the week ending 9/5, so it was updated yesterday for us. We're here in the Northwest region, and you can see they use a color coding for minimal transmission. Nowhere in the state is it minimal, low, moderate, and high. So we're in the moderate transmission area. And then there's a metric, and it's really probably easier if I send you the notes about this, but essentially it's a sum to determine over a period of time whether we're increasing, fluctuating, or decreasing. And right now the Northwest is fluctuating. So here is what's happening across the state. The Central has a very high burden right now, as does the far Southwest and the near Southwest. Eastern was most recently a very high burden. They've actually decreased down to a more moderate burden. Northern Virginia is actually in a low burden right now with low community transmission. And then, as I said, we in the Northwest are at moderate burden with moderate community transmission with a fluctuating trend. So this is available every week. And as I said, we do try and share it out with all of the localities every week to give you an idea of what's happening across the state and in the Northwest region. It is based on a whole series of indicators I'm going to show you. Second page. So they set a burden, and here are the guidelines for each of those burdens, and then the trend. And again, it's based on where you are on each of these composite measures. So here are the measures, the individual metrics that they look at. So the first one is cases, and this is the case incident rate per 100,000. So again, this is for the whole region, which is, again, greater than our locality at this point in time. To give you some indication, that's all the way up to the top of the state, over, so it includes Harrisonburg, Waynesboro, all the way east to Fredericksburg is included in that Northwest area. So our case number has been rising for the region, and we're at 12 per 100,000 incident rate here, and that's been increasing. So we see an upward arrow, and it's been increasing for 17 days. The PCR positivity, so this is the test positivity, has actually been fairly flat and under that 10% mark that we like to see. There's been a slight increase here, but it's really a pretty gradual one, and generally, I think it looks more flat than anything. They look at the number of outbreaks. Our outbreaks have actually been low for the last 22 days, and when they looked at this last week, we're reporting 0 outbreaks per 100,000 individuals right now. So a very low number of outbreaks. And then it looks at the percent of cases among healthcare workers. This is important because if we have a high percentage of healthcare workers that are impacted and forced to isolate because they're infected, that's going to leave fewer individuals to staff our hospitals and could lead to a healthcare crisis. So we have 3.5% of the individuals we ask when we interview them as cases self-declare as healthcare workers. And you can see that it's generally been a downward trend for the last 20 days. ED visit rates per 100,000, generally bouncing around in between this 4 and 6%. So fluctuating visit. And this is an indication of people who may be tested positive. So the number of people coming in with symptoms for COVID. We look at ICU hospitalizations for COVID, and again, it's been fluctuating and well below the target number of 3.5 per 100,000. So right now we're at 2. And again, this is for all the hospitals in the region. So it's not just the 2 hospitals local to us, but it would include Augusta Health and Culpeper and Centera in Harrisonburg and Mary Washington Hospital, and probably others that I'm forgetting. And then finally, looking at the percentage of hospital beds that are currently occupied, and we're at about 80% right now. And hospitals, you know, they don't want a ton of empty beds, and so the flag really is quite high at 90%. And again, that's been fluctuating for the past few days. So those are all the metrics that go into the Northwest region. And then the final thing that they also provide in this metric dashboard is a shorter synopsis by locality. And that I can break it down into what's happening in Charlottesville. So here is the Charlottesville pandemic metric page as of yesterday. And we've given you 3 different dates with some cumulative cases, the rolling sum, and the percent positivity. And so in red will be August 24th, in blue would be August 31st, and then in green would be yesterday's. And so the case incident rate for the Charlottesville area as of yesterday was 32 per 100,000. So right up here in the screen. You can see we had a dramatic steep increase between August 24th and yesterday, with a substantial number of cases of, if you look at these 7-day rolling sums, we went from 29 to 92 to 108, with a pretty big increase in positivity. We did get a large number of UVA students that tested positive during that time, and I think that really drove the numbers that you're seeing here. I want to say more about UVA students here in just a few minutes. And then here is the PCR positivity. So you can see we bounced around all over the place. Had some times where we were up above 10 early on, but generally more recently have been either below or trending down. But again, we're seeing this bounce up right around the end of August, beginning to come down now over this last week. No outbreaks reported in Charlottesville right now, and the number of healthcare workers is 6%, almost 7%. Now, you'll notice there's nothing about the hospitals on this page, and that's really because, first, many localities don't have a hospital in their locality. We're very fortunate that we have 2 large medical groups, medical centers here. And the second is they really are a regional asset. If you think about individuals that might need to be hospitalized in Madison or Greene or Nelson, they're going to come to the Charlottesville area likely and be hospitalized in one of our 2 facilities here. So they don't list those hospital indicators at the locality level. It's just these 4. So cases, percent positivity, outbreaks, and healthcare workers. And again, these we take screenshots and we try and share these with the county or city administrators every week on Monday or Tuesday so that you have the information that we have going forward. So let me just give you a little bit of a comparison. We've given you the Harrisonburg. We're all familiar with what's happening at JMU. We selected this because, again, it's sort of kind of a comparable city with a large university, and to a greater degree than what we see here in Charlottesville, they had a very large uptick at about the time the students returned to school, with a huge increase in their percent positivity. And that's in fact contributed to the decision to go all online, at least for the next month or so at JMU. So UVA has a COVID tracker. I'm sorry, I should have put the web link on here, but if you just type in UVA COVID tracker into your search engine, you can come up here and they will give you the total number of cases and then the number of cases for UVA students, as well as the percentage of their quarantine and isolation room that are occupied. And they did pre-testing for students before they arrived on campus, so how many of those were positive. So to date, UVA has a total of 231 that they are aware of, and I'll explain that here in just a second, and 190 students. So these are students that would have been tested at their student health or were tested somewhere else, but allowed us to share their information with UVA so that they could be added into this case count. We do ask all the students so that we can share information with UVA so that they have the best information possible. But if they don't give us permission, then their information is not shared. It's a voluntary sharing of data. UVA has done an MOU with the state of Virginia and is picking up the cost for 7 individuals devoted to primarily to UVA, but we do use them for other cases and contact investigation. There's 5 case investigators and 2 contact tracers. That's really helpful because it allows those individuals to really understand all the dynamics of the students and other workers and faculty at UVA, and also know who to contact if a student needs a particular resource. We're doing still some hiring with those, and we hope to have them all on board, but we have transferred a couple of our case investigators who were already pretty familiar with UVA to work on those cases. So UVA is aware of the impact that they're having in the community and has taken steps to try and at least support our efforts in that area. The other bit that I want to say about the students is I did ask our case investigators today and talked with the EPI that's in charge of all of the UVA COVID work. And Kate explained to me that what they're really seeing is students infecting other students rather than students infecting people in the community and vice versa. So we tend to have community members that we can trace back to a known source in the community, someone at their work site, a family member, they attended some community event that we have an outbreak in. And we have students that we can typically trace their infection back to another student group. They were roommates with someone who also tested positive. They were quarantined as a group, and that got them, someone in the quarantine group got positive and in turn infected everyone else. So we're not seeing a lot of mixing between the groups, which I think is good. I mean, that should provide some reassurance to the community as well. But we are definitely seeing higher numbers in our community because of, and the students are contributing to that. And then, let's see, that might be my last slide. That is my last slide. So I will stop sharing my screen as soon as I can and answer any questions that you all may have.
So my first thought was just the last comment. I'm very concerned about the individuals who work in capacities that will serve, the students in some way, because they are not able to separate even if at this moment UVA, if they're infecting one another, that it's only a matter of time before that's not the case.
It's a good point, and I think many of us probably saw the cafeteria pictures of all of the new students that are on campus and waiting in line to get food. And right now, of the 231 total positive cases that we're aware of that have said that they are affiliated with UVA or were tested by UVA, most of those are student cases. 190 of the 231 are student cases. There is certainly a risk associated with individuals who either teach at the university, although I will say most of the classes are online, which is going to limit faculty interaction. But there are a very large number of community members that provide supportive services for the university in some fashion. And we certainly could see that. We have not yet, but it's early days still.
And my next question was the number of hospital beds at this point that's being used. That's rather high to be at this state. And so what's the concern? Is there any concern there? And what?
So I would say that we do look at hospital beds on a regular basis, and right now there's not an overwhelming number of people who are hospitalized for COVID. So although it's 80% capacity, this is total number of hospital beds for any reason. So some of these people are going to be post-op from a hip replacement and need to be in the hospital, or because they had a heart attack or whatever. Right now, if I can get it to open, no, wrong one. That's not the right one. It looks like they've got roughly between the two hospitals, I would say that there's somewhere between 20 to 30 individuals hospitalized for COVID in the last few weeks. So,
Okay.
I mean, yes, and an individual who is hospitalized for COVID can be in the hospital for quite a long period of time. We do know that if you end up needing a ventilator, it's not a 1 or 2 day requirement. It's more like a week to 10 days requirement. But we have a lot of ventilators between our two hospitals, just under 300. And right now we have probably 200 of those. It looks like from the VHOS data sheet available. So I would say there's capacity, and that doesn't include surge capacity. Hospitals also looked at additional spaces that they could turn into hospital rooms. So I don't think that that's a concern right now. I did not show it, but there is on the UVA COVID tracker it's an indicator about the hospital beds. And let me just see if I can bring that up real quick. So right now on their COVID tracker, they give the number of new hospitalization cases on any particular day. And they had none none today. They had 2 new hospitalizations yesterday, 4 on the 6th, and these are COVID-related hospitalizations. So sort of a steady stream of somewhere between 1 and 4 admissions on any particular day.
I was just curious to get some clarification. When you say that UVA students, and obviously they have the option to share certain information, but their cases are still being tracked. It's the information that's not necessarily clear as whether or not they're a student or not. That's what's optional.
That's what's optional, right?
Okay.
We investigate every single case. And in fact, I have yet another dashboard that I could show you about how quickly we investigate those cases. Generally, somewhere between 90 and 95% of our cases are contacted on the day that we get their information. Now, that could be a day or two lag from the time they got tested. Someone gets tested, it has to go to whatever lab it's doing, it has to sit in the queue to get run, and then those results have to be uploaded to the state. And so if it's a UVA, for example, they have a really fast turnaround, sometimes under a day, and we will often get a positive case the very next day. If it's a commercial lab, it's been pretty variable. Right now, it's not too bad. For a while, it was taking 14 days, which is a really unacceptable time length. But every case gets asked the same questions. If as part of that investigation, the individual says they are a UVA student, then we have a standard consent that we read asking if we may share limited information with the university. And if they say yes, then we provide that information. And if they say no, then we don't.
Are there any other questions? No?
Thank you, Dr. Bonds.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Are all welcome, and I'm going to give back the screen, or maybe I did already.
Brian might have already
thank you
taken it
all.
back for you.
Okay. Please reach out if you have any individual questions. I'm always happy to take phone calls to try and explain things at any time.
I did have one other questions about the schools opening. And even though they're not in session, there are some children that are in pretty close session, areas together. And so are you all, what part in like education are you all playing, and what in terms of tracking from those outbreaks? What can we, if there are outbreaks in the future, what can we expect from those?
Right. So we have a group that meets every week, and we've been very involved in all of the schools in the district, reviewing their plans, helping them come up with template letters, helping them make decisions about how they're going to manage the students that are in. And that group continues to meet. Pediatricians from the area also contribute to provide their expertise about how the disease impacts children. Ryan McKay meets with them, as well as Kenneth Gordon, who's our new district epi for the area. So we try and provide as much input and guidance as we can at this point in time. I think in the district, we have seen a couple of school districts do some successful reopening with students attending on a regular basis in the classroom. I think one of the areas that really helps, and again, we're just getting more and more evidence, and that's having all students and teachers at all times, except when they're eating, wear cloth-based coverings or some sort of mask. Students accept them really well. We've had reports from the districts that have reopened with students in the classroom, and there's really been zero issues associated with that at all. I think everybody's just really accustomed to it, and it's quite helpful. The other big recommendation that we may make, of course, is to maximize outdoor time, and then to try and have students act together as a cohort, so that if there is an infection, it's really limited to a small group of individuals, and we can easily trace them and track them down.
So counselors, are there any other questions for Dr. Bonds? Okay. Dr. Bonds, again, thank you, and we appreciate the work that you're doing at this time, and especially trying to keep the community safe and several communities safe during COVID. So appreciate, and we'll see you next month, and I'll work that out with you to come on to one of the October council meetings.
Thanks. We'd be happy to. And I just want to give a real shout out to all of the staff that work here at the district. They have worked so hard. It really would not be possible without them. So really, it's not me. It's all of the people who are working really long hours. So thank you. Be happy to come back next month. And again, please reach out if you have individual questions.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And counselors, are there any other announcements at this time?
I did want to remind the public that the next deadline for applications for our boards and commissions is on Friday, September 11th at 5 p.m. And I do believe we had a request to announce from Mr. Alexander that it's the 3rd annual CYM, Close Your Mouth and Listen Day, Monday, September 21st. And the program will be on Comcast Channel 14 from 5 to 5:30, as well as alex-zan.com. And so all area citizens are encouraged to be still and quiet for 1 minute. Take a moment to listen and think before you act. Be mindful when speaking. Choose words that are helpful, not harmful. This day and beyond, allow people to share their thoughts and feelings without any interruption. Respect individual differences and expressions, and just CYM and listen. For more information, you can email alexan at i-c.net.
All right. Are there any other announcements? And I just have one. We do have the strategic plan update coming up, and there will be opportunities. Mr. Wheeler created a online submission platform last week where you can submit emails. And Mr. Wheeler, do you have that email address?
I do. It is a strategicplan@charlottesville.gov.
And so you can submit just your ideas around what the goals and objectives that City Council should consider when finalizing this document should be. And we will be taking those submissions until the 18th.
Correct.
And so please participate. And we'll also have an opportunity for you to, speak at upcoming council meetings. And there will also be opportunities to participate during the strategic planning session, as we always have public comments for you to, for the public to chime in. So just be aware that that's coming. There may be some changes coming up, but we'll announce those if that is the case. But as of right now, the email address is set up for you to submit your thoughts and ideas and suggestions. All right. Are there any other announcements? No? Okay. Any recognitions or proclamations? And here I just want to say that this past weekend we did lose a community member, Mr. Byers, Bill Byers, who there's been a lot of, individuals online talking about him, but he worked for Parks and Rec. And I remember, I think he taught everyone who is probably over 30 how, and they're, anyone over that age to probably, 50s, 60s, how to swim, in the area. And I know when we were at Walker, I remember him pushing a canoe over with me in it. So just a really great, person that was one of those people who made everybody feel like they were the only person in the world, just, in that moment. And you would go to the next person, they would feel the same way. So you would learn pretty quickly that while you were special, so was everyone else. So he was really great. And so I'm hoping that, just to give his family some love and light, during this time, and just want to make sure that Charlottesville, that, the community is, mourning and grieving with the family. And, he was really great to a lot of us. And so, and he was still up until maybe 2 years ago working, for Parks and Rec too. So it's not as if he really ever retired. And so just to keep him and keep his family in your thoughts and prayers. I do just wanted to say that. Any others? All right. So next up, we have Counselor Hill. Would you announce the appointment?
I move that council appoint to the Planning Commission Liz Russell.
Is there a second?
A second.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right. So that carries 5-0. Thank you. And next we have the consent agenda. Ms. Thomas, would you read the consent agenda, please?
minutes, July 20, closed and regular meetings, July 27th, special meeting, August 3rd, closed and regular meetings, August 4th, listening session on policing, ordinance granting permanent and temporary easements to the Ravenna Water and Sewer Authority for the installation of waterline facilities in Ragged Mountain Natural Area, second reading. Ordinance granting an underground utility easement to Dominion Energy for the installation of electric power lines in the Ragged Mountain Natural Area, second reading. Ordinance granting a drainage easement to the International School of Charlottesville Incorporated, second reading. Appropriation of funds received for reimbursement for Crescent Hall's driveway repair, $18,483.73, second reading. Appropriation, Charlottesville Albemarle Adult Drug Treatment Court Grant Award, $240,000, first of two readings. Appropriation, Virginia Housing Solutions Program Grant Award, $539,333, first of two readings.
All right, thank you. Mr. Willow, would you check to see if there's anyone who would like to speak on any items on the consent agenda?
I will, Mayor Walker, and I'll mention we have 4 people who've had their hand up since the beginning of the meeting. I'm going to lower everyone's hands right now and just start fresh. So if you'd like to speak to council about an item on the consent agenda, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. Each person will have up to 3 minutes. And the first person to speak tonight is Mr. Jeff Fogel. Jeff, you've got 3 minutes. Go
Good
ahead.
evening. You can hear me, I assume.
We can.
Yes.
I want to speak on item number 7, something I've spoken about before, which is the Charlottesville Albemarle Drug Court Treatment Program. As you all know, this is a program that intends to divert people with drug addiction from the criminal justice system, people who've been engaged in nonviolent or allegedly nonviolent crimes, and give them assistance in correcting that problem of theirs. However, it requires anybody who seeks that assistance to plead guilty. At the last time I brought this up a year ago, I think the people from OAR were here and they were asked, well, is that a requirement of the Supreme Court that people have to plead guilty? Of course, if you plead guilty, you don't get to try your case. Even if you're innocent and you need help, you may plead guilty because you can't get help unless you plead guilty. You cannot challenge an interrogation. You cannot challenge a search, because if you do, you are not consistent with the program's effort, which is to simply get you to plead guilty and to hold the threat thereafter of prison or jail time in order to get you to comply. Now, of course, I don't believe, as a matter of therapeutic value, that we should be coercing people into drug treatment programs. They need to want to change themselves. And for people who do want to change themselves, we should not require them to give up their Fourth, Fifth, and Sixth Amendment rights in order to be able to get assistance. Because if they don't get assistance in that way, there is little, if any, assistance available to them otherwise. Now, I'm not suggesting at this point that you vote down this appropriation, which is a pass-through from the state. But it's about time somebody stood up and said, listen, this is not unfair. People should not have to plead guilty in order to get help. And the question that I have always asked, for which I never get an answer, which is, why is that a necessary component? Prosecutors may love it because it takes those cases off the docket and it makes life easy for them. But I also know that the two prosecutors we have are devoted people. And I have asked them and their staffs to reconsider this question and let us know why we have to plead guilty in order to get help. And the answer has been, we haven't had time to discuss that. So I'm asking that this city council at least say something that it's unfair to require people to plead guilty in order to get help. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And I think I probably said the same thing a year ago, but as someone who was one of the clinicians for the drug court program for about 5 years, I agree that we should not make that mandatory. And if there's anything that we can do, especially when we're talking about reform in this community, that's one of the easiest adjustments that we can make and give people, a fair shot like we would anybody else. So I agree with that statement.
Mayor Walker, we've got 4 additional hands raised. Next up is Reed Byam, who will be followed by Michael Kaplan, then Scott Karras. Reed, you're on with City Council, and you've got 3 minutes. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I live at 1609 Center Avenue. I'm concerned with the recent ordinance that would prohibit firearms on city property. This ordinance would only be used as a modifier to only already illegal acts such as brandishing a firearm, public endangerment, assault, etc. And ban on firearms.
Excuse me. So that one is coming up. So you can, so it's not an item that's on the consent agenda, but you can raise your hand during the public comment section if we don't have 16 people to speak on that item.
Okay, I thought I was told otherwise that I could speak now. I'm sorry.
The community matters section will be after the consent agenda.
Apologize. My bad.
No problem. And again, for the next 3 people with their hands up, this is for the consent agenda. Next up is Michael Kaplan. Michael, can you hear us?
I can hear you, but I too am speaking at the wrong time. I should wait until the public comment section.
No problem. Thank you. And we have 1 additional person who's on via telephone. So if your number ends in 0488, you've got the line. Can you hear us? You'll have to unmute your microphone. And Mayor Walker, I'm not getting a response on that line at the moment. And that's all the hands that are raised. Oh, I have another hand. Tanisha Hudson. The hand just went down. Now I think we're good. Her hand is back up and down. So my guess is people are trying to get in line for the next part of the meeting. And Mayor Walker, you're muted.
I would like to just vote on item number 2, the minutes, separately. And Mr. Blair, just some guidance. The meeting on the 27th, the 3rd, and the 4th, I was not present for those. And so do we just do the 20th separately from the other two? Or how?
Yeah, Mayor Walker, yes. To answer your question, I think it's probably fair, since you were not at those meetings, to ask that item 2 be pulled, and that there's one vote on the July 20th minutes, and then a separate vote on the July 27th, August 3rd, and August 4th meeting minutes, I should say.
Okay. All right, thank you. So there, at this moment, there would be 3 votes. Is there any other from council? Any other questions on the consent agenda?
I just had a comment. I know we emailed about this and we received a lot of some information about agenda item number 3 related to the Rivanna Water and Sewer Authority. And I just wanted to comment that, I did have questions about information about the impact on ratepayers, as well as timing and history related to the project. The information I received is that attaching to the easement a requirement of providing information about potential impact on water rates at the time when the pipeline would be getting ready to get built would not be allowed in the easement process. So I just wanted to provide that information, and hopefully at an upcoming council meeting, we'll be able to have an update and a deeper discussion about it that goes beyond just this one item in the easement. There are definitely questions around the project, and particularly around potential impact on ratepayers far into the future, decades from now, once it actually starts to get built, that I think it would be important for us as a council to dig into, and particularly on that question of costs, just try to guarantee that once it begins to be built, in some council in the future from now, that we're providing some assurances that are able to give the community information about what, if any, impact on water rates there could be.
Okay, well, thank you. So Ms. Thomas, would you, so if someone could make the motion for the June 20th meeting, and then items 3 through 8, and then we could do the other ones separately.
Sure.
It would be the July 20th meeting.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I move that council adopt the consent agenda with exception to for item 2, July's 27th special meeting, August 3rd close and regular meeting, and August 4th listening session on policing, as we will be voting on those separately.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And then I move that we adopt consent agenda item 2, July 27th special meeting, August 3rd close and regular meetings, and August 4th listening session on policing minutes.
Second the motion.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
No.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. And next we have the city manager's response to the community matters from the August 17th meeting
I'm sorry, can we go back to that last vote? Is that no or abstained?
for me. So it should be abstained.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Council, the public. I got a couple of things, just follow up a couple of items from previous meeting prior to this one. Is the crosswalk timing at 10th and West Main. The current timing is 21 seconds, and that is for the north-south crosswalk on West Main. And then the shorter crosswalk that goes east-west on West Main is 19 seconds And this is based on a walking speed of 3.5 feet per second. And this fits in within the standards of the Uniform Traffic Control Devices. So the timing for both crosswalks, well, all four are accurate if you take in consideration the box. So it is accurate in terms of the timing, which we provide for pedestrians to walk across the street. And then the crosswalk at Preston at Washington Park, that one you get 30 seconds with a much shorter crosswalk. But as we know, the one at Preston, Washington, coming up the hill or coming around the corner, it's pretty dangerous. So, with the flashing light, but it does give you a considerable amount of time to get across the street. The other item was dealing with Cherry Avenue. When the question, as far as it being, well, that was related to the speed limit. And with that, we will have to do a traffic study on that location. And we should be able to do that probably towards the end of the month. We weren't able to do it prior to because with COVID, the traffic numbers weren't as high as pre-COVID. So we just want to make sure that we get the accurate count. And now it looks like the traffic is starting to pick up a little bit more with the students back in town. And everyone is driving somewhere now, like it was in March. So we will be conducting a traffic study on that. And that's all I have regarding my report for this meeting.
All right, thank you. So next up, we have Community Matters. It looks like we have 8 speakers signed up, 1 person on the wait list. So Reverend Ralph Brown, he would be the 9th person, and then we would have 7 slots after that. So Mr. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. I see all but 2 of the people who signed up in advance, and 1 of them could be on telephone. So we will definitely check the telephone number before we go past that. But the first speaker tonight is Brian Campbell. And Brian, you're on with City Council. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, can everybody hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Brian Campbell. I'm a member of Charlottesville DSA, and I live in the Woolen Mills neighborhood. I'm here tonight to express my deep concern at the city's decision to investigate and find the organizers of the Juneteenth celebration, Black Joy Fest, the Reclaim the Park rally, and other events centered on justice for Black people. I fear that the city is weaponizing its COVID ordinance against people who are exercising their freedoms of speech and assembly. The city's COVID ordinance specifically exempts expressive activity on a public street, public sidewalk, spontaneous demonstration, as defined in the city manager's standard operating procedures for special events and demonstrations. And the standard operating procedure makes an exception for protests in response to newsworthy events exceeding 48 hours. At the time the amendments to the special events ordinance were passed, I argue that a council meeting that the requirements were too stringent, using the youth climate strikes as an example of the kind of event that wouldn't be permitted under the new rules. The public was told at the time that the strikes would be exempt because they were in response to a newsworthy event, climate change, ongoing. I can't understand then how these events are not exempt. Racism is ongoing, police violence is ongoing. What these fines will do is set up a financial barrier to political expression. There are people to whom a $500 fine and a misdemeanor on their record is nothing, and others who will find it prohibitive. Given the history of this city, this state, and this country, we all know which communities that will fall the hardest upon. I urge the city to reverse the anti-democratic course of action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Phoebe Brown. I do not see her signed in at the moment in Zoom. We will check the phone number that's on in a moment. So our next speaker is going to be Don Gathers, who will be followed by Sarah Hart. And Don, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening, council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. In May of 2017, a noted white supremacist strutted into town and held a tiki torchlit rally at what was then Lee Park. In July of that same year, a sect from the Ku Klux Klan out of Pelham, North Carolina, visited what was then Jackson Park. Of course, in August, there was the fatal Unite the Right rally at what is now known as Market Street Park. During that time, there was the murder on Heather Heyer Way and the attack at the Market Street Garage, which sits adjacent to the Charlottesville Courthouse and the police department. I frame all that to explain why I feel that my renaming of the street request is rational. The stretch of Market Street that I'm asking to be renamed bears the brunt of much of the trauma that was inflicted upon our community during the Summer of Hate, and we cannot allow ourselves to forget that. We also cannot afford to miss the magnitude of this moment in time. The urgency of the moment is manifested by the continued issues that Black and brown people face throughout this country. Renaming this street sends a powerful message, not only to our community, but also to our fellow countrymen, our brothers and sisters in Louisville, in Portland, in Minneapolis, and in countless other localities where people continue to face oppression. Please let the word ring out and echo resoundingly from Charlottesville that Black lives indeed do matter, both here and all across this land. Let it be known that while much of the recent racial tension that has exploded in this nation may have begun here, we definitely are willing to take bold, aggressive steps to attempt to cause it to end here. On another note, and Mayor Walker, please don't get upset with me about this, but I also want to begin to launch a petition to once again rename Market Street Park as Historic Barbara Walker Mayoral Park. That is in keeping with, again, the moment that we face in time and the fact that Mr. Barber was indeed the first elected Black mayor of the city of Charlottesville, and indeed the first elected Black councilman. And of course, Mayor Walker was the first elected Black female mayor of our town. So you'll be getting more information on that in the coming days and weeks ahead. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarah Hart. Sarah, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. Can you all hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening. I am a resident of Fifeville, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the gun safety ordinance that is in front of council this evening. I'd like to apologize in advance. I have a young son who is ready for bed, and so if you hear that in the background, my apologies. Thanks for your patience. I would also like to just start by saying I'm so grateful for the many community activists and folks who have led efforts to this point to allow our city to consider making this kind of change in our state. I know it has been a long road. Some may say that the gun safety ordinance in front of council may be an infringement of our Second Amendment rights. I would point to a long history in our country of sensibly restricting open carry and public carry that dates back throughout our history as a way to keep our communities safe and keep our community gathering spaces safe from intimidation and menace. I would also argue that the gun safety ordinance protects our constitutional rights to free speech and freedom of assembly, peaceful assembly. There is absolutely nothing peaceful about showing up to a gathering of folks who disagree with your views by brandishing a weapon with lethal force. We know from research that just the presence of a visible firearm makes people more likely to be aggressive. It makes violence more likely to happen. And our community right now has an opportunity to dictate that our public spaces, our gathering places where our community convenes to support one another, to celebrate each other, and to push each other for change, should not be spaces where opportunities for lethal violence should be allowed to happen. I also would argue that it makes it very difficult for anyone, whether it's law enforcement or otherwise, to discern whether or not someone has good intentions when they show up to a public space with publicly carrying a firearm. One analogy that I continue to think back on is that there's a very good reason that if someone, God forbid, were to show up to a public school with a weapon, we do not have to wait until they show and demonstrate their intentions if they are good or bad. We are able to intervene right away because we have dictated as a community that our public schools should be safe places for everyone who gathers there, and that guns and lethal weapons have no place in our public schools. Our public spaces should be no different. So I encourage City Council to approve the ordinance for gun safety. I'd also like to just conclude by saying we know that carrying weapons in a public space is a long exploited practice of hate groups and white supremacists who regularly have used this tactic to show intimidation and to menace and threaten violence to folks with whom they disagree, but particularly communities of color. And in Charlottesville, there is no need for that. And I hope that our council will be able to lead in this really important endeavor. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Kaplan. Michael, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. You've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Michael Kaplan. I'm a Charlottesville native. I live at 317 Rivenwood Place. And I'm here to speak in support of the honorary designation of 2nd Street Northeast between High and Main as Gregory Swanson Way. This is a moment when our city needs new heroes and a reaffirmation of our core values. And the story of Gregory Swanson provides both. And a street named for Gregory will assure that his story is well known. Gregory Swanson Way will honor the courage and determination of a young man who was willing to challenge an unjust status quo and demand admission to a segregated public university, the University of Virginia, in 1950. Gregory Swanson Way will honor the great team of lawyers, including the legendary Thurgood Marshall, Oliver Hill, and Spotswood Robinson, who helped Gregory make an irrefutable argument for equal access to education. Gregory Swanson Way will celebrate the power of our courts to enforce our founding principles that all people are created equal and have equal inalienable rights. Gregory Swanson Way will memorialize the day when UVA was mandated by the court to become the first desegregated public university in the Confederate South. Gregory Swanson's Way changed the course of U.S. history, helping open public universities to people across the country. And Gregory's Way began on September 5, 1950, when he and his legal team gathered on the corner of 2nd and High to demand equal justice under law. I respectfully urge you to grant the petition to designate 2nd Street Northeast between High and Main as Gregory Swanson Way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker on the list was to be Elizabeth Stark. I do not see her in the audience, Mayor Walker, so I'm going to go to the next speaker, which is Jim Hingley. Jim, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to address council. Jim Hingley. I work in Charlottesville at 410 East High Street. I'm here to speak on behalf of the proposal to name a portion of 2nd Street Gregory Swanson Way. Michael Kaplan just gave you an excellent background information on why this request has been submitted. I might add a couple of things, but first, before doing that, I want to speak in favor of Don Gather's proposal to rename Market Street downtown Black Lives Matter Boulevard. If council adopts that designation request along with Gregory Swanson Way, there will be an intersection at 2nd and East Market Street, which is the epicenter of this historic civil rights victory that Gregory Swanson fought in the federal court, which is located at that intersection. The courtroom where this historic case took place is in what is now the downtown branch library on the 2nd floor. And in that corner, actually the corner of 2nd and Market Street. So if you look out from the courtroom, you can see Market Street and you can see 2nd Street. I think that would be an amazing intersection. It would bring attention to this amazing civil rights victory that occurred in Charlottesville, as Michael Kaplan stated. The legal team that came here to assist Gregory Swanson in pursuing the objective of getting UVA to reverse its position on segregated education was a legal team sponsored by the NAACP. So in addition to the legal luminaries such as Spotswood Robinson, Oliver Hill, and Thurgood Marshall, who were here for that historic hearing, the NAACP was instrumental in pursuing that hearing and achieving the result that UVA was compelled to open its doors the first time of any university in the states that were making up the old Confederacy. So this is to honor Swanson, this is to honor his legal team, and especially to honor the NAACP. I ask that you give favorable consideration to that proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Lauren Boggs Messlar. Lauren, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yep, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, I am Lauren Boggs Messler. I am a 9th generation Albemarle County resident. And
we can't hear you. Could you turn your volume up?
Sorry.
Might have to move a little closer to the microphone.
Gotcha. I am Lauren Boggs Messler. I'm 9th generation Albemarle County, Virginia resident, and I'm speaking tonight in support of the city's new gun ordinance. On August 12th, 2017, the day of the rally in Charlottesville, 40 minutes outside of Charlottesville, my younger brother was shot and killed. And since then, I have become involved with our local Moms Demand Actions group, and I've helped host and plan Crozet's Safe Summer Kickoff in June 2019 and participated in advocacy days in Richmond. And while reaching out to representatives in Richmond, I have experienced intimidation by gun rights advocates open carrying, and I've also experienced the indignity of having to remove my gun violence survivor button upon entering government buildings, while others are able to walk in with firearms. And so I'm strongly in favor of Charlottesville taking measures to correct this absurd situation and to help create a safer community for all. And I thank you for the work you're doing, and I hope that we can continue it to create even a safer community. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Mayor Walker, that was our 6th speaker. Would you like to go to the waiting list and Reverend Ralph Brown?
Yes.
Great. Reverend Brown, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us? You'll have to unmute your microphone. There you go.
Yes. Madam Mayor and council members, I'm following up on my request to have a portion of 12th Street Northwest renamed after my father, the late Reverend C.H. Brown. There were 2 points that I felt that I didn't make in my application or in my prior talk. The first of which was the fact that there were numerous other homes in Charlottesville that my dad built. At one point in time, there were at least 100 to 150 homes that he built. Some are still peppered throughout the community. One in particular is in another historic area on Langford Avenue, on the corner of Langford and what is called Burnett Street. And the design is almost an exact duplicate of the home that I live in. I'm sorry, at 706 12th Street Northwest, which I should have stated earlier. And working with folk in the historic preservation area, I'm certainly willing to go through and identify those places in Charlottesville. The other thing that I am interested in is mentioning that I have the support of the local venerable neighborhood, and I think I've been told that there would be a letter written to council indicating that that support was necessary. Since the rules say that the project should be connected to an individual who has made a contribution to the community, and all of these houses are still standing, I didn't feel like I needed to go around and gather signatures in order to support my request, simply because one can just visit the places my dad built, and particularly here where I'm asking for the name change and see much of that history. He was also responsible for the demolition of some of the buildings at Jefferson School in the Vinegar Hill early days. So again, I'm just following up to make sure that there's a broader context of his work recognized in Charlottesville. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, if I may for just a second.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Reverend Brown, I would recommend that you get in touch with the Virginia Humanities Foundation. They were going to be looking into talking to people in the neighborhoods and collecting the histories of those, especially the Venable and Penton Page communities. And I'm sure they'd be very interested in hearing from you about identifying various homes as well. This isn't to do with the street renaming or anything. I just wanted to make you aware of this because I don't want us to lose our history.
Virginia Humanities
Foundation. They're going to be moving their headquarters to the new Dairy Central building.
Right around the corner. Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right. So now it looks like we would have 9 slots.
We have, yes, and we only have 8 hands raised at the moment. So I'll start going through the hands in the order in which they went up. And the first up is Tanisha Hudson.
All right.
Tanisha, you're on the city council. You've got 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, so I want to speak on a few things. First and foremost, thank you, Michael Payne, for reaching out about the tutoring and the use of the recreation centers. I seriously think council needs to reconsider that. I know Mayor Walker and Heather Hill were concerned for safety reasons, but I think you guys need to understand, like today, Charlottesville City Schools and Albemarle County Schools had issues with Zoom not working and not operating. We have a ton of kids who are having issues with no internet access, if internet access at all is in their home. You have a lot of parents on Facebook and other social media platforms that are absolutely just going crazy at this point because some of them are essential workers and they have to work. And let's be real, there's not enough support staff in Charlottesville City Schools to support all these kids with 504 and IEP plans to go around to each home every single day. So there has to be some type of tutoring put in place for these children. And we're not asking you for anything. We're asking for space. That's all we're asking the city for. We don't need nothing from you. We don't even need to clean the building. We don't want you to clean them. We have the disinfectant stuff to clean the building. We just want to serve the children because ultimately they're going to be the ones that suffer at the end. Also, as far as the honorary street, I want to speak on my request for 4th Street to be renamed Vinegar Hill Way. We all know what happened when Vinegar Hill was raised. We all know how the families were displaced. We know the Black businesses that were displaced. We know the rich history that goes through the corridor of Preston, 4th, and Main Street, and Commerce, all the streets that intersect that particular street. We have Inge's Store, Bell Funeral Home, the Jefferson School, Dr. Jackson's office. I mean, there's so much rich history that was basically hidden from a lot of people. A lot of y'all probably didn't really know a lot of this stuff till I showed my film. And I'm not saying that you did, I'm not saying you didn't, but I know the messages that I got from a lot of people, they didn't know a lot of stuff that was talked about in my film. Zion Union Church used to be on 4th Street. It was then moved to where it's located now on Preston Avenue, right across from Washington Park. So it's just a lot. And while we're in this process of wanting to tell the truth, I think you guys need to have an open mind with this, that there's a lot of people who should be honored, like Miss Virginia Carrington on 8th Street. Her home was used to house all the attorneys that would come here during the when they were fighting for schools to be integrated in during the civil rights movement. I mean, so there's a lot of more requests that are going to come. I just submitted one today for Mr. Byers, so that I hope that you guys take all of that into consideration as you move forward with this process, that there's just a lot of stuff we've been cut out of.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Walker, our 9th speaker is on via telephone. When you join us, please give us your name and place of residence. Can you hear us? You will have to unmute your telephone. Can you hear us now? It looks like you're unmuted. And Mayor Walker, I think this was the same number we had issues with earlier.
Yeah.
I'm going to move on to the next person who has their hands up, and that's Harold Foley, who will be followed by Brett Lansdell, and then Reed Byam. Harold, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us? Harold, there you go. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. It was a great presentation that Dr. Bonds did about COVID in Charlottesville. But my main concern is 3 other issues. Nursing homes, jails, and prisons. So the Fluvanna prison just clocked 40 people who have COVID. And the number's probably going to increase. The jail just recently had up to 7 folks. And I don't know how many more people in nursing homes have COVID. But I hope that the city council will bring her back to have a conversation about the prisons and jails and nursing homes. Because folks work in prisons, they live in the community. Folks work in the jail, they live in the community. Folks work at nursing homes, they live in the community. And so I think that's a very valuable issue to talk about. And the issue that raised up is in the Thomas Jefferson Thomas Jefferson Health District. Fluvanna is in it, the jail, and the nursing homes. So I hope that City Council could bring her back so she can give us an update about what's going on in these prisons, jails, and nursing homes, because it's a big concern for me and a big concern for the community. Thank you.
So I'll talk to Dr. Bonds about that, but we do have a jail board meeting this week, Thursday. And I think it's Thursday. Is it Thursday? Yeah. And so we will have an update there. And I don't know if it's Dr. Bonds, but one of our staff members, I think is supposed to be there presenting too. So if you want to, participate in public comment at that meeting, that may be helpful. And I'll also talk to her about adding that information to the next presentation.
Our meeting's Thursday.
Our next speaker is Brett Lansdell, who will be followed by Reed Byam and then Scott Carras. Brett, you're on with City Council and you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Fantastic, thank you. Hello, my name is Brett Lansdale, and this is the second time I have proudly addressed this council concerning your gun control ordinance proposal. Let me be clear tonight, this proposed legislation is currently written without amendments, which sadly mirrors the legislation passed in Alexandria and Arlington. We're served to do nothing except keep the good guys, us, from having our defensive weapons in Charlottesville. You're only giving more destructive space to those that don't even listen to the rules in the first place. And I sadly get to say I told you so to Alexandria's city council. Only days after passing their gun control legislation, Alexandria had their first horrific homicide in 2020. Officers found the body of Carla Elizabeth Dominguez Gonzalez. Carla Elizabeth Dominguez Gonzalez. This is a name worth repeating tonight. She had gunshot wounds in her upper body and died at the scene of her assault. Governor Northam, Delegate Mark Levine, and the Council of Alexandria have this murder on and dark red blood on their hands. Alexander stupidly released a convicted rapist back into the town, and he went to go kill the woman he previously tormented and raped. How many other criminals have been released across Virginia? It is an unfounded gun control legislation, and if this moves forward, how many people will not be able to defend themselves and will die like Carla, simply because of a farcical political promise? I'm asking you to please listen to your constituents and do not move forward with this gun control legislation in Charlottesville. Many Virginia locales, over 30 of them, are adopting and supporting the no local gun control resolution drafted by the Virginia Citizens Defense League. And I urge you to have a further discussion on that proposal. But if you're inclined to move forward with this ill-conceived gun control measure, please, because you are being forced to, I know you're being forced to politically, please have a further discussion this evening about your respectful concealed carry holders and allow an exemption. Let me proudly defend myself in Charlottesville. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening. And for the young lady that said she had to have her button removed, I'm as equally as appalled by that. She should have proudly been able to wear her button inside. And I'm not a brandisher of an open carry. I'm a concealed carry holder. I deserve my rights just as much as she does. So please have a better conversation, education about the Second Amendment tonight. Vice legislation that makes me and countless others never step foot in Charlottesville again. We, the good people of Virginia, will take our families and our money to safer locations in the Commonwealth. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reed Byam. Reed, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
Hello. Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, sorry. I live in 69 Center Avenue. I'm concerned about the recent ordinance that's proposed about the prohibition of firearms on city property. This ordinance would only be used as a modifier to already illegal acts such as brandishing a firearm, public endangerment, assault, and etc. A ban on firearms on city property is in no way prevents such acts from occurring and is redundant as we already have laws preventing such use of firearms both on private and public property. This ordinance would not prevent violence in our community and at worst waste precious resources enforcing an ineffective ordinance. I ask that council consider other forms of violence prevention than this ordinance, or at least exempt concealed carry from this ban, as it is reasonable doubt that concealed carry permit holders present no risk to public safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is Scott Carras. Scott, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
We can. You've got 3 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Scott Terrace. I live at 109 Burnett Street, and I'm also an active duty member of the United States Air Force. I want to talk to the council about the proposed local gun control that you have on the docket. And I hope you oppose that, because as a legal firearm holder, as a member of the armed forces, we're here to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. Concealed handgun permit holders and firearm holders, they are law-abiding citizens. Concealed handgun permit holders, they've already had go through multiple background checks, not only for the permit, but also to own a firearm. They've also had to go through the necessary training. And so we're responsible, law-abiding citizens. And this ordinance saying that we can't carry a firearm to go to the park, go for a walk downtown, to protect ourselves and our families is totally ridiculous to have these laws in place not allowing us to do so. So I strongly urge the council to not vote this ordinance into place. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Our next speaker has the first name Taman. When I bring you on, ask you to give us your full name and place of residence, to be followed by Katrina Turner. Taman, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello.
Yep. Go ahead and give us your name and place of residence.
My name is Tamon Smith. I live at 827 Orangedale Avenue. I'm a 19-year-old carpenter, and I call with great concern regarding the local gun control legislation being proposed for Charlottesville. I apologize in advance. This is not a scripted, speech, but I'd like to offer some kind of anecdotal evidence. Every morning I leave for work at 6 a.m. I leave my girlfriend home. She goes to school full time. And every morning at 6 a.m. she leaves next to me, and I drop her off at Tonsler Park so she can run around the neighborhood and come back home. It's her exercise. And every morning she puts her .22 caliber legally owned legally owned handgun in her purse, and it makes her feel safe. Not only as it makes any woman feel safe when running in public, but she was sexually assaulted at a Charlottesville park. And with great concern to me, I fear that happening again without any defensive strategy for her to have. What do you want her to carry? Mace? But in all seriousness, I understand Mrs. Sarah Hart's point that a firearm being exposed can heighten aggression in some, but I'd also like to bring the point home that nearly half of defensive uses of firearms every year don't include a single shot being fired. And yes, CCW and CCP carriers have a very good point that they should have an exemption from this law if it is passed. However, there is a point to be made for open carry. It is without any doubt in my mind that having a gun open and able to be seen by the public deters criminals or potential criminals. The old saying says, a locked door keeps honest men honest. And a firearm in public does the same thing. I don't live in the best neighborhood, but it makes me feel safe knowing that I can open carry my handgun wherever I go. And I don't ask you to reconsider. I beg you not to rob me of my right to feel safe in my neighborhood, in my town, in my parks, and anywhere I go. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next two speakers are Katrina Turner, followed by Robin Hoffman, and there'll be one additional slot open. You can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar to get in line. Katrina, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yes.
I'm speaking tonight because of the march that was had on the 28th of August. We had permission to do that march. Contrary to what everybody says, we worked with someone for over a month on that march. We spent a lot of money doing this march. And I would like to know why, if this statement was supposed to have been out before August 12th came, I'd like to know why you could not wait until after our march to put this statement out. We were told that this statement did not pertain to our march, but it was still put out before our march. Many people were scared that they were going to get arrested that day or have charges put against them just for coming to our march. We had somebody that was going to donate 100 meals to us on that day. But because the police said that we were having an illegal march, that person also dropped out. I'm kind of glad they did because you all scared everybody away from our march that day. And I just want to know why. Did you have to threaten people the way you did for our march? But every other march in Charlottesville was allowed to go on. And I understand everybody else got warnings, but they only got warnings of fines. Why were we threatened with arrest, criminal charges, and a $500 fine over this march on the 28th? Thank you. I really need an answer for this because, you know, our rights were literally taken away that day. We were told the day that the statement came out, don't worry. We were told the morning, don't worry, to continue our march. But then you all put that statement out, and I'd like to know why. Thank you.
Ms. Turner, who shared with you all that it was okay to continue?
We had a police that told us, don't worry about the fine. We worked on this for a month and a half with the police. For a month and a half, we worked on this. We did not just do this and walk out and just hit the streets. That's the reason everything was closed down the way they were closed down. We didn't stay at the intersections, but the few minutes that we did for people to catch up, that was all planned. And we had meeting after meeting. And on the morning of the march, the police called Miss Parker and told her, don't worry about it, it didn't pertain to us. I spoke to the city manager, and I'm not putting anything on him because we were speaking to the police for a month and a half over this rally. And if they did not tell city council about our plans, that shouldn't go against us. But we did exactly what we said we were going to do. We didn't dance in the, we didn't do all that. We just wanted to march from downtown to Townsend Park. And that's all we did. And we did work with the police when we did this because we didn't want anybody hurt. So I think that needs to be looked at because we lost a lot of money over this.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Richardson, do you have any comments?
No, I don't have any comments on this. I'll still have another conversation with Ms. Turner later as we did pertaining to her comments tonight.
So in terms of your conversation with them that morning with having this information, how did that go?
I didn't have a conversation with them that morning. She says she spoke to a police officer on that morning.
I guess I misheard. I thought she said she spoke to you.
We had a conversation afterwards. I had a conversation prior to the event, but not on the day of the event.
Okay, I guess I'm asking like what, based on what she's saying, she thought that they could still continue without issue. And I'm just trying to figure out.
Based upon her conversation with the police officer, that's what she was saying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If they continue to move along the sidewalk without impacting the streets or having a gathering at the park more than a certain number of people, then it wouldn't have been an issue. But I don't know her conversation with the police officers.
So that's the information that you shared with them, what you just stated.
Yeah. And keeping distancing and being safe and not impacting the COVID ordinance.
So did you have a conversation with the officers that they were having the communications with?
I don't know which officer she was speaking with, and I don't think I had a conversation with the officers that she was speaking with.
Did they share their planning
I'm not sure.
that they have been working on for the last month and a half?
I did not see the planning that she was working on with the officers.
No, but I'm saying, did they tell you they had worked with our officers for the past month and a half to plan this event?
That's what she just said, yes.
Did they share that? Did she share that with you during your conversation with her?
Yes.
Mayor Walker, you ready for the next speaker?
Yes.
Next up is Robin Hoffman. Robin, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I first of all, I want to thank the mayor for the condolences to the mayor Bear family. I really think that that's so necessary that we have a mayor that acknowledges really good work in our community. Then also I want to say that I have been trying very diligently to contact the Albemarle County Supervisors, Dr. Bine from the Health Department, Heather Hill for our Woollen Mills Neighborhood Association about the fact that we need to conduct an OSHA-like investigation of the schools, list all the things that we need to remediate. And one of the big issues, which I don't hear at all, is the fact that the filters of the vent systems have to be changed to MERV, MERV 15 filtrates. They are virus prohibitive. Also, probiotics can be installed into the vinegar, even into the ductwork to keep out, so that we can have companies like Dyson has wonderful air purifiers and that sort of thing. If you want to conduct classes, then list those remediations, the costs of the remediations, as I said, and also do it through the health department, through the health agencies, certified school nurses to go around from room to room, hallway to hallway, and do motion sensors and things like that, because that cost should be given to the governor. And then therefore we can continue going to school. Kids should not have to worry about wearing masks if there is no COVID in the air. We all in our homes don't even know that from our HVAC systems. We have to correct our filters right now. The grade of filters you can buy at Lowe's. You can get 4 of them for $16 each, and then change them every 30 days or more, depending on how many people you have in your house. So there's a lot of things you can do. And then also the strip malls, Fashion Square malls, going for sale and that sort of thing. I've been saying all along that we have to remediate them and then have house for testing and for people to be able to go there if they have IEPs where they have to be in a room together. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor Walker, the last hand raised is the telephone number. We've been trying to connect, so I'll try one more time and see if we can get this person. Hello, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Please give us your name and place of residence.
Great, thank you. This is Cabell Marshall of 239 Stribling. Last week, I tried to participate in a community meeting concerning the PUD development on Stribling, and it was very difficult to hear, and several people who wanted to speak were not recognized. And I have 5 other reasons why I would like, please, for you to require the developer to host another community meeting. Another thing that had happened is that the developer did not provide a picture of the streetscape of the PUD before the community meeting, which meant that the neighbors had no way of knowing what the streetscape would look like. And as it turned out, the buildings are proposed to be right up on the street, whereas all of the neighboring houses are set at least 50 feet back from the pavement. So we couldn't tell, and we couldn't discuss or challenge. I think this guideline number 6 is that any PUD must be harmonious with the neighborhood. And number 8 is that the architecture needs to be coordinated with the neighborhood. We didn't know because we couldn't see in time to discuss that, and that's a major discrepancy and needs to be discussed and resolved with the developer before things push forward. Also, there's a real problem with the street study, the traffic study. There was one done right at the beginning of the pandemic when no one was driving. And then supposedly we were told that another one had been done previously, but we were not given any dates. We've not been given access to the analysis or the data or anything. So I request, please, can we have another traffic study done now that the students have come back so it will more accurately reflect the traffic flow and a good decision can be made. Another way of looking at this is that there are going to be a lot more rental assistance participants. And that would be great, but I think we need to have an ombudsman appointed to protect their interests. For example, the elderly have a hard time with stairs. In this particular PUD, the design is very vertical. It looks like 4 stories in some places. I think there'll probably be children, and they need playgrounds. And so far, we're not seeing much space for children. And then there's a matter of people are sensitive to automobile pollution. And that will inevitably accumulate on windless days because of all the underground parking. And I think the study needs to be done to make sure we don't create a place where children will grow up with asthma. But that could be avoided. Another matter is it would be very helpful if the developer would post information and notices of the hearings actually on the property. And also at the head of where Stribling meets JP8, because there are many, many cars and pedestrians that are going to be affected by this. And people are just totally unaware of what's going on. And then lastly, in order to avoid the taint of cronyism, I request that all of the friends of the developer, who I've been told work for 5 years in the planning office, that all of his friends need to recuse themselves from the review process. Charlottesville has gotten very unfair reputation on stuff, and I just don't want it to happen again. So please, if you would consider those requests. I mean, the main thing is that we need to have another community meeting by the developer to clarify a lot of these matters. Thank you so much.
I just want to mention to the public that tomorrow's Planning Commission meeting, while there isn't a public hearing, that there is a work session on this topic. And so I always encourage folks to also communicate with the Planning Commission so that their comments can be considered for those work sessions that I know that one's taking place tomorrow.
Mayor Walker, that was our last speaker.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just, we're going to get to all the street namings, and so we're going to have a conversation about all of those. And I answered the other question I was asked. I'll just, in terms of Ms. Turner, I'll just speak from my viewpoint. I have shared my concern from a public health aspect with, consistently Facebook, messaging, all of those. And that's where every decision that I've been a part of has, that's the foundation that it stems from, being very concerned about what could potentially happen if people became ill and if there was widespread outbreaks throughout the community, and had some of those conversations with individuals who had some of these events, like the event at Washington Park, and the even testing event. I think those were that was the last event that happened at Tonsler. In terms of, I will say that it wasn't a push from council to do anything outside of making sure that the ordinance that we had passed was followed. And my thought was that everyone who had events previously had already received the citations and had already had those conversations. I know the morning of the event that you're talking about, I had a Facebook conversation with JoJo regarding, trying to get some clarifying information, not just with her, but with other people that morning. And so on my end, I have always been, since this pandemic started, making sure that we had the conversations around public health. And I hope that from the police department or the city manager, that was the clear, consistent message about how this happened. I know the August 12th that Councilor Payne and Councilor McGill was very vocal about the message that was potentially going out then, and they had some concerns about that date. But I think there's been agreement since we passed the ordinance to make sure that from a public health standpoint, the same thing that we are talking to the UVA students about, that those messages were clear and that those were the guidelines that we were operating out of. So just want to say from my perspective, no one was targeting your event, and the decision about that announcement, I hope Dr. Richardson explained from his end how when the decision was made to submit that information, that information came from him. Counselors, are there any other?
I just want to make a comment on that. As city manager, when ordinances are passed, I have to carry them out. This was a decision I had a conversation with the council about even sending the letters out, that we were in agreement that was going to be done pertaining to those who violated the ordinance. Had consensus from the council, and I moved forward with that. So I just want to make that clear.
I hope we're saying the same thing. Or not, I want to make sure that it wasn't what I heard Ms. Turner say and what I heard JoJo say that morning was that council was pushing this on their event, and that is not what occurred. And I just want to make sure that and I had no knowledge that they had worked with any of our officers or any conversation that had taken place regarding that. So I just want to say that publicly, because if they had been working and had conversations with you and officers, then that was a discussion that we should have had. All right. Counselors, any other comments? Okay. No. All right.
I do think it's appropriate. I just want to follow up a little bit on that discussion. We had a couple of points of conversation. One was that we had adopted various ordinances and that it made no sense for us not to enforce them. One of the pieces of that is an important principle of First Amendment law, which is that you don't discriminate on the basis of viewpoint. that you don't say, well, okay, we're going to allow marches in favor of liberal causes, but we're going to prohibit marches in favor of conservative causes, or that we are going to apply ordinances only against conservatives and not against liberals. So one of the issues has to be, in any enforcement context, are you prepared to enforce the ordinance? And if so, are you prepared to enforce the ordinance even-handedly? That was a large part of the discussion that we were having, because one of the things we did not want was to get to the point where if a conservative group came along and wanted to do the exact same thing, that we felt we had no choice but to allow that to happen, because we had expressed by our passivity before the feeling that basically anybody can use the streets for any purpose they want, no matter what the expense to the city, no matter what the issue may be as far as COVID and everything else. So that was a significant part of why we decided what we did, is that we wanted to be sure that we were enforcing the laws fairly and even-handedly, and both liberals and conservatives should those kinds of issues ever arise. So I think that's an important point that needs to be made. We also recognize that even basically any one of those groups, one of the problems with those marches is that it involves police overtime, it involves additional costs, it involves expenses of various sorts that the city incurs that are substantially higher than the fines that we're talking about. This is not an effort to recoup costs, but it, I think, is appropriate to reflect on the fact that when people go out, and particularly if they do so in violation of laws and without permits and so on, when they do that, that they still are imposing costs on the city as well. So I think overall, I don't know, frankly, I don't remember the dates well enough to know about August 28th as opposed to any other meeting date, or exactly when some of these things happened. But that was what we were trying to do, was to make sure we were enforcing the law fairly and as written. That's all.
And again, I just want to state that my foundation has always been a public health standpoint, and even the discussions that you're referencing, I thought that we should have handled this differently from the beginning so that we could have less confusion moving forward. Are there any other comments?
I would just add, I mean, this is all information out there, but the two pieces of it are, there's the special events ordinance, which is the civil fine of up to $500. And then separate from that, there's a coronavirus ordinance we passed in conjunction with Albemarle County related to the pandemic, and that's the misdemeanor. And I will say, I think all of us, when we were discussing that and to this point, have concerns about criminalizing anything. And, even the fact that it's a misdemeanor, is still an impact of criminalization. And I think we're all have concerns and are uncomfortable in ways about this. But obviously the difficulty is weighing that against, a global pandemic. You saw the data from the health department, particularly with UVA students coming back to campus, of a large spike in cases, and the potential for that to turn into widespread community spread and becoming an outbreak that is no longer contained. And that is the motivation both behind that coronavirus ordinance, and it's the motivations Mayor Walker mentioned, and I think the motivation for us on council is that concern about the pandemic, particularly because, we don't want to be in a situation where, if we pass that, we can't enforce a UVA party or other things happening. And so, maybe if other people are aware of ways to try to prevent a spike in cases, particularly with UVA students coming back, and have alternatives, certainly let us know that. And I think we all hope that we can get to a point as a country where we don't need pandemic restrictions. Obviously, that's not going to happen anytime soon, given the failures of the federal government. But that's really the concern, and it's a concern I have about a lot of things going on in the community. Is just the danger of community spread and entering a phase in terms of the spread of the coronavirus that is far greater than we've seen so far, and just wanting to try to avoid that. So, but I think that to me, the way I think about it is there's two big distinctions: is the special events with the civil penalty or the fine of up to $500, and then coronavirus is where anything related to like a misdemeanor would come in. But yeah.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll come back at 8:55 from break. All right, thanks. Mr. Willer, were you good to go?
Yes, we are ready to go.
All right, next up, we have public hearing and resolution authorizing the issuance of a sale of general public improvement bonds not to exceed $27 million to finance the cost of certain public improvement projects.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm Chrissy Hamill with the City Budget Office. I'm here tonight to present to you a bond resolution which would authorize up to an amount of $27 million in new debt. This bond represents part of the funding plan that Council previously approved and adopted as part of the capital improvement plan in both FY21 and also prior years. The table on page 1 of the memo in front of you provides a summary of the project categories, and more detailed project descriptions can be found on page 3. We met with the rating agencies last week, and I'm happy to report that the city has once again been assigned a AAA bond rating by both S&P and Moody's. And as you may recall from prior conversations, this is quite a distinguished honor. As I believe at last count, there were 4 cities in Virginia with a AAA rating. That's the city of Charlottesville, Alexandria, Fairfax, and Virginia Beach. If you include counties, I believe there are roughly 12 in the state. The sale that we are discussing with this memo is scheduled for mid-September. We anticipate closing by the end of September. Interest rates are at a historically low right now, and that along with our AAA rating leads us to believe that this is a really good time for a sale and that we will be able to get the best rates possible moving forward to finance these projects. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have related to the sale or the memo.
One question that I had was, I remember that early in the COVID crisis, there was significant concern about even the ability to sell bonds at all, that the credit markets had sort of seized up and not quite sure where things were going. Has that situation sort of resolved itself?
It has. In fact, several localities have gone to market already, and the rates are good. Municipal bonds are a safe investment right now, and so this is definitely a time to sell, as according to our financial advisor. Particularly, we want to get in the market before the presidential election. So we don't anticipate any problems with this sale. There are no other sales that are scheduled at the same time. We're monitoring that, so we do have a little bit of flexibility on the sale date, and we don't anticipate any problems.
Counselors, any other questions before we open it up?
This may be outside of just the bond issuance, so please feel free to just let me know if it's beyond the scope of this. But relating my favorite hobby horse, the parking garage, there is money, bond issuance here for design and plan of it. Is that strictly for the design and planning of it and not the construction? That's my understanding. And as well as, are those design plans strictly within the current zoning designation, or is there any potential to have that designing and planning incorporate potential zoning changes that could allow for more mixed use or sort of a less restrictive design in terms of having it be primarily or only for parking?
So a couple things as that relates to the bond sale. The money that is included here is contemplated to be used for the design of the parking garage. That being said, you'll notice from the memo, we're very clear to say that these project categories are the way that we plan to spend them, but we have flexibility to move funding in one place or the other. So all that to say is, it's our plan to use it for the design of the parking garage. If something changes, then we can use it for something else in one of the other categories. And as that relates to your plan questions, I'm not sure, but we can follow up with Chris Engel and get those questions answered in terms of, I think the planning stage and the design is very early. And so that might be something we want to reach out to him and we can follow up with you on that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? No? All right. Well, let's open up the public hearing.
If you want to speak to council on the bond sale, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. We've got 3 hands up at the moment. It'll be Brandon Collins first, followed by Brad Slocum, followed by Jake Gold. Brandon, you're on with City Council. Can you hear us?
I can. Good evening, City Council. I am Brandon Collins. I am a staff person for FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents. We are the federally recognized resident council and resident advisory board for resident public housing within Charlottesville. And we deeply support the issuance of this bond, and in particular, the $4.5 million for affordable housing, most of which will be going to public housing redevelopment and phase 1 of the redevelopment effort. Really appreciate you all being able to uphold the historic commitment that you made over a year ago to contribute $15 million over 5 years towards the redevelopment effort. And we really appreciate you following through with that commitment. It's vital, as you know, to have the city's input to combine with the LIHTC money, get this process underway and paid for and be successful. And I really just want to highlight how historic that is. The City Council is putting more money into this redevelopment effort than anywhere else in Virginia. And you should be commended for that. And I hope you uphold that. It's also an historic change. It's an historic effort and an historic process that really places residents in control of the process. And City Council, your role in this historic process is really money, and we really appreciate you seeing the need for that and living up to that commitment. Phase 1 will hopefully begin by the end of the year. COVID really has slowed a lot of things up, and there's been some other challenges. But your funding is going to make a dent in an affordable housing crisis that existed before COVID hit and is certainly exacerbated now under COVID. And fortunately, we've got a leg up in providing more affordable housing and redeveloping our public housing. I would just say as a note, public housing is probably one of the most stable forms of rental housing in the country right now during this pandemic because of funding. And it's, of course, never enough. But I think it's really showing the vital role that public housing can play in addressing the affordable housing crisis. And we sincerely appreciate the city and the City Council partnering to make sure this historic effort can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And I probably would have a stronger statement to say if we weren't in a, in a pandemic. But, I too appreciate that council and the city that we are continuing to support our public housing residents in this way, and the notion that everyone deserves a safe, secure place to raise their families and thrive in. And the only thing that I would probably make is if you look at the projects that we're funding, and I've been here, I guess, long enough and been paying attention to the budget long enough to know that some of these commitments have been made long before now, but sort of along the lines of what Councilor Payne was stating about the parking garage, that we, if only we could reverse some of these commitments and focus on things like the affordable housing requirements when we're going out for bonding, and the lasting impact that would have on our area overall would be my only point, and I would, it's toned down a lot because of the crisis that we all find ourselves in. We're trying to figure everything out.
Mayor Walker, our next speaker is Brad Slocum, who will be followed by Jake Gold and then Rory Stolzenberg. Brad, you're on with council. You've got 3 minutes.
Excellent. Can you all hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. Well, thank you very much. My name is Brad Slocum, live on Harmon Street in the city, and I'll try to keep it pretty quick tonight. I wish I had had more time to go over the information that's included along with the agenda, but I was hoping to know if any of the council members or city staff can speak to whether or not there's any way for city residents or folks in the area to actually invest in these bonds themselves. I think I see that there's a minimum denomination of $5,000, which is out of the reach of most people, but given the apparently great credit rating that our city has earned, and the fact that a lot of folks are thinking about, the long-term viability of this community, it would be nice if there was some way for regular people to be involved in this sort of thing and maybe see some of those bond yields over time, and not have all of those dividend payments just go to mysterious bankers elsewhere in the country or around the world. And just on a related note, as we think about how we're going to pay for improvements or other initiatives in the city, I think it's great that the current council and staff have taken the initiative to push this through, because I think there was a lot of contention about whether it was appropriate to do a bond issuance, and I wonder if the city is considering other funding structures, because it seems like tax increases are fought so hard, but we do need ways to pay for some of these sorely needed improvements. So curious again if there's any way for regular people to invest in these bonds, and also what future funding options the city is considering besides bond issuances. Thank you very much.
Mayor Walker, were you going to say something?
Yeah, is that a question that we have the answer to now? Do we need to?
I can address that. So there is a way for city residents to purchase city bonds. It is not through this sale process. This sale process is a competitive process whereby we basically go to market and an underwriter will purchase the entire bonds stock of bonds related to the sale. The way that a consumer like you and I would be able to purchase a bond would be to work with, if you're working with a financial advisor or an investment advisor, to seek advice from them. And typically you can purchase the bonds on the secondary market. So in other words, the underwriter who purchases the bonds at the competitive sale in the middle of September, they will then be working and reaching out to, for private sales like you and me. So if you have a financial advisor or a contact, you might want to contact them and let them know. You can also reach out to me and I'll be happy to follow up with you once the sale is completed, and we can give you a contact person with the actual successful bidder and get you in touch with someone who can help you purchase bonds.
And to briefly sort of answer the other question regarding like other funding sources, like with affordable housing, there are a lot of projects that aren't bondable that we are making cash contributions to. And obviously, major part of our budget is non-bondable things. So it's a substantial part of our budget. And, this budget cycle, the idea of tax increases was raised, and it's something that comes up. It's definitely something, in future years. This year, we were particularly discussing relating to potential school reconfiguration projects or other major infrastructure projects coming up down the line. If that may be an ideal time to look at tax increases or other things. But tax increases get us a lot, not nearly as far as it might seem. They make a relatively small dent, especially relative to like the amount of money needed for affordable housing or other things. And there's just a lot of, especially larger infrastructure projects that just couldn't really work without bonds, at least in my estimation. Like it's the only way that it could feasibly work. Even like, for example, with the idea of school reconfiguration, like substantial part of it's bondable. There are other funding sources, and I think they've even looked at private donations, but there's no way around, it can only really happen and come together if, we're issuing those bonds. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I think it's also appropriate to note that there may be some situations where a public-private partnership may be able to come bring some money into the process, not certainly for schools, but for example, getting back to Councilor Payne's point about the parking garage, whether it would be possible to build the parking garage with both the public component and a private component, where the private money, for example, might go into housing that would go into a larger structure. When we discussed that probably 6 months ago, I think I was told at that point that it was too late in the process to be able to do that sort of exploration. And I never followed up on that because with COVID and everything else, everything we were doing just sort of got knocked into the corner. But it occurs to me that's the kind of project, the kind of situation that could allow, if our zoning permitted, that could allow for some kind of public-private partnership as an alternative to taxes or bonds.
Okay, Mr. Wheeler.
Our next speaker is Jake Gold, who will be followed by Rory Stolzenberg. Jake, you're on the City Council. Can you hear us?
Yeah, thanks, Brian.
Yep.
I just wanted to say I love the investment in public housing, and I wanted to co-sign Brendan's comment earlier about funding. The most important thing y'all know, obviously, is fund these projects. So I just want to say, as a excited constituent, keep at it. That's all.
And our next speaker is Rory Stolzenberg. Rory, you're on with council. Go ahead.
Hey, good evening, council. Thanks, Brian. I just wanted to quickly ask a question while this is up of roughly what true interest rate staff expects to get on this bond issuance, or maybe put another way that's more directly useful. What do we expect that the annual debt service will be per, say, $1 million of bonds? I think that will help us in the future judge how to prioritize CIP projects. Thank you.
Yeah, so with this bond sale right now with interest rates, we are looking at probably a rate of close to or around 1.6%. That's for the tax exempt piece. There is a small taxable piece, which will probably be roughly around 2%. Debt service at 1.6 on $10 million is roughly $660,000 a year. At 2%, it's roughly $700,000. So we've typically, I think last year we got I'm pulling this off the top of my head, and I apologize, I should have looked this up, but I think last year our TIC was just around 2 something. And so our debt service is generally around $10 million to $11 million a year for all of our outstanding debt, which is roughly about $125 million.
And Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Okay, so thank you. So we'll close the public hearing. Councilors, are there any further discussion questions? No? All right. Motion?
Make a motion. I move we adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation public improvement bonds of the city of Charlottesville, Virginia in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $27 million to finance costs of certain public improvement projects and providing for the form, detail, and payment thereof.
Second.
All right. Any additional questions? Nope. All
Thank
right.
you, staff.
Oh, yep. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay, so that carries 5-0. So yes, thank you all for working on this along with all the other items related to finances in the city.
Thank you.
All right. So next we have another public hearing. Public hearing and ordinance for rezoning a property at 909 Landonia Circle from a B1 business commercial to a B2 business commercial. And this is the second reading.
Hi, good evening, Council. I'm Joey Winter, a city planner in the Department of Neighborhood Development Services. And this item is a rezoning request for 909 Landonia Circle. And as the mayor said, this is the second time that this item has come before City Council. On August 3rd, 2020, City Council considered a request to change the zoning district of 909 Landonia Circle from B1 business to B2 business, subject to a proffer, for the purpose of expanding the car wash on an adjacent property. Council declined to approve the rezoning at that time over concerns that the property could potentially be redeveloped as a hotel in the future. The applicant indicated that they were willing to amend their proffer to prohibit the future use of the rezoned property as a hotel and then bring their item back to council on September 8th, 2020. And that's exactly what happened. So this item is back before you tonight with the amended proffer that will prevent future redevelopment of 909 Landonia Circle as a hotel or as any of the 8 other uses that were previously proffered out. And Mayor Walker, I know you were absent the first time this item came before council, so I'd be happy to go through my staff presentation again, or we can go directly to hear from the applicant or move on to the required public hearing.
Yeah, I listened to the Planning Commission meeting and was aware of Commissioner Green and Heaton's, I think, concerns regarding being able to use this for other, in the future if the property was sold, like hotels. And so my only concern was something that you can't fix. It's just the owner of the property before they purchased it, and the daycare center that was there. So the small business in the community, but that is nothing that we could do here. So that would have been my only point that I would have made then and I'll make now. All right, council, are there anyone has any additional questions? Okay, so we'll open it up for the public hearing.
If you'd like to speak to council about this project, you can click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. If you're on via telephone, you can press *9. And Mayor Walker, there are no hands raised.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we'll close the public hearing. Council, any questions?
I just wanted to thank the applicant for being flexible and addressing the concerns that I and planning commissioners have had, and they were addressed. And again, I appreciate the flexibility.
And so the point that I was making, the property was formerly a daycare center. It was a small Black-owned business in the community, and had friends and family members who've been at the daycare over the years. And so that was just it when we talk about where these properties go when they're up for sale, would have been my only concern. And hopefully we can do something one day to address some of this. But that's it. And thanks staff for, working on it.
All right, I will make the motion that we adopt the ordinance rezoning property at 909 Landonia Circle from B1 business commercial to B2 business commercial, subject to the proffered development condition prohibiting certain uses of the property.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That carries 5-0.
Thank you.
And now we have an ordinance renewal of the continuity in government ordinance, first reading, and it requires 4/5 of vote.
Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. As you probably recall, once Dr. Richardson and Governor Northam in March declared a state of emergency over COVID-19, there were a lot of questions in the air about how local government was going to be able to continue its everyday governmental functions. On March the 25th of this year, the council adopted a continuity in government ordinance. And, you know, at the time that this occurred, again, there were a lot of questions in the air. And one of the biggest questions was exactly what we're doing right now, meeting through Zoom. And the Freedom of Information Act didn't actually provide for this format for meetings at the time. And so one of the reasons the continuity in government ordinance was adopted was to allow this rather than having to physically assemble in City Hall for city council meetings. Since that time of the ordinance's enactment, we have seen that the state, through budget amendments, has also provided a temporary reprieve from the physical meeting requirement in FOIA. But I did want to highlight that because that's part of what's before you. And what is before you is, in fact, the exact same ordinance that you enacted on March 25th. And its provisions are really about, number one, statutory deadlines, both city and state, are waived for the duration of this ordinance until the council rescinds it. Why is that important? Well, as we saw in the spring, actually there's a city code provision that required that the budget be adopted by April 15th. And based on this ordinance that you adopted on March 25th, you were able to continue your budget discussions, and that deadline was waived. Additionally, a number of land use deadlines that could be applicable are waived due to the ordinance. I think this is important because we heard right at the Community Matters portion of this meeting, kind of the council later after this ordinance was adopted, approved a set of procedures for land use public input. And one of the things we heard about with the Stribling Avenue comment was one of those procedures that the council enacted. And it's important because this ordinance allows that greater public input. You're not, quote unquote, subject to a shot clock on certain land use applications. Additionally, the ordinance provided that the city manager had the authority to open and close parks. At the time, and you know, this has not disappeared or dissipated in the ensuing 6 months. There are constant debates about crowds in terms of parks and using them for recreation and large gatherings. While not a park, I'm sure people saw over the weekend, there were some photos from beaches in California that were quite crowded. And again, I think different local governments are looking at, you know, if we have huge crowds at recreational activities, you know, and people don't abide by social distancing, this again at the local level in Charlottesville gives some ability for the city manager to close parks temporarily. Those are the main highlights of this. And while I know that some of this feels ancient and some of it's been kind of handled at the state level through budget amendments, I don't think you can be too safe as a council to have your own continuity of government ordinance that still maintains what was adopted in March. And it does provide that the city council reserves the right to rescind or amend this ordinance at any time. So if there's something about this ordinance in the next 6 months that you don't want, or you feel like, look, this is passed, we need to change it, we need to rescind it, it can come back at any time. But again, this is sort of the stopgap measure that was implemented in March once all of the pandemic began. And this would extend that ordinance for an additional 6 months. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any questions, comments? No? All right, is there a motion?
I move we adopt the ordinance to modify deadlines, modify public meeting and public hearing practices and procedures to address continuity of operations associated with the pandemic disaster.
Second.
I'll second it.
Okay, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay, so that carries 5-0 in favor. So thank you. All right, so next we have an ordinance amending Chapter 33 Weapons of the Code of the City of Charlottesville to add Section 33-10 Prohibition of Firearms on City Property, and this is the third reading.
And good evening, Mayor Walker, councilors. At your last meeting in August, Councilor Snook asked that he and I meet with the Commonwealth's attorney and asked for a delay on the vote of this firearms ordinance. Also at that meeting, Mayor Walker, you raised a concern about the use of inoperable firearms in a special event. Since that meeting, I will address the inoperable firearms question. And the ordinance now provides that if somebody wants to use an inoperable firearm in a special event, such as the Dogwood Parade, the city manager will issue a permit, and that permit will designate a city official to inspect the weapon to make sure it's inoperable before it's used in the event. As to meeting with the Commonwealth's attorney, I'll just speak briefly and turn it over to Councilor Snook, but it was a productive meeting, and he did bring up a concern about police officers. And so there's been a technical amendment that says police officers can possess their firearms in public buildings, parks, and rights of way that are adjacent to special events when they're performing their public duties or when they are providing security to the event, to the special event. But there is no just blanket immunity for police officers based on this technical amendment. So again, they have to be performing their public duties or actually providing armed security to an event to, in fact, be exempt from this ordinance's requirements.
And let me just add, there were a couple of concerns that we had, that I had, that are technical concerns, I suppose, that only a lawyer could love, that Mr. Blair and Mr. Platania and I discussed. And I just wanted to make sure that Mr. Platania, if anybody was going to have to enforce this, it would be he as the chief prosecutor. Make sure that he was comfortable with the language and that we didn't end up foisting language on him that would be unenforceable or unintelligible or make no sense when it actually got to court. So he was comfortable with it. I was comfortable coming out of the discussion. So that was basically the kind of issue that the technical wording of a few things that I was concerned about, and I think we've addressed that. So that's my only comment on how we come to this third reading state.
And I want to thank you, both Councilor Slick and Mr. Blair, for going through those steps to get us to this point. I appreciate that perspective. I also wanted to clarify, based on some public comments we heard earlier, that, you know, while it mentions public streets, alleys, sidewalks, or public right-of-way, that only applies when that space is being used or is adjacent to a permitted event by the city, or an event that would otherwise require a city permit. And I felt like some of the comments were leading me down the path that, if I was listening to those comments, would have thought that all the city streets applied. This is truly just for city property, which includes our parks, our recreation spaces, and our other building facilities, unless there is a city permitted public event that's been approved, in which case that would also apply. So I just wanted to clarify that for the public.
And I would add that we had this discussion before, and some people who may be watching this time were not part of the discussion before. There are the three basic things that drive me, and I think drive most of the rest of us in adopting this ordinance. The first and foremost for me was the experience on August 12th of coming down Market Street at 10:30 in the morning and seeing groups of people in camouflage and body armor carrying AR-15 style rifles, the self-styled militias, and knowing that there was no authority under Virginia law or state law or city law or federal law. There was no authority for anybody to regulate what they were doing. They were supposedly there as the 3%ers, and they said that their purpose there was to protect the First Amendment, whatever that meant. It was clear from some of their insignia, which it would include a flag that was a combination of a Confederate flag and a United States flag, and some other, I think it often had the numeral 3, the Roman numeral 3 in there, that they were certainly not federal troops. They were certainly not legitimate authorities. I was also aware, by the way, that there was another group, I think they called themselves a Redneck Revolt, who were described as a bunch of leftist agitators, communists, whatever, who were saying that they were there to protect the folks on the left. And the last thing we want in a city is when we have a situation like that and we have no authority to stop any of it. We have no authority to say to somebody, this is a place where guns are not permitted, get out of here. Or this is a place where guns are not permitted. If you want to come in, we are going to run you through a metal detector. We had no authority to do that. And so if you were on the street on August 12th, you saw this armed militia there that we had no authority to stop. The second concern is a concern that we've seen, fortunately not in Charlottesville much, but it does happen, is where people who are armed come, for example, to a city council meeting. A place where hopefully they don't feel that they need their gun to protect themselves, particularly since we would have armed security there, a police officer in any event. But there's no reason why somebody needs to be bringing their gun to come see the city treasurer, no legitimate reason. And so to ban the use of guns in places like City Hall and government offices also seem to me to make a lot of sense. It's a little closer call in dealing with the question of guns in parks, but we've seen in other parks in other areas around here the situation where parks have become sort of a battleground in late night. There have been some sort of late night gang activities and things like that. This is not a situation where the purpose of the bill is to find one more charge that we can add on to somebody who is shooting his gun off. The idea is that it gives police the authority to intervene when they see a gun, hopefully before it gets fired. So it's a much broader problem. than it's both a narrower problem than some have described and a broader problem than some have described. I think this bill, which actually is not like either the Arlington or the Alexandria ordinances, this bill actually does a pretty good job. This ordinance does, and so I hope that folks will approve it.
Okay, thank you. So any other questions, council? No, is there a motion?
I would move its approval.
Second.
All right. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That carries 5-0. Next, we have resolution, sale of city-owned property amendment, first reading. Well, one reading and the first reading, so one of them. Thank you.
Oh, we got you on mute.
Sorry. Good evening, Mayor Walker and councilors. Time for the triple play here, I guess. Before you tonight, as you may recall at your second August meeting, there was a proposal to purchase a portion of Northeast Park. And once that was placed on the council's agenda, a number of councilors, I believe all 5 of you, kind of expressed your discomfort in the idea of selling parkland to a private interest. And it was, and I tried at the August 16th meeting to explain that per the current sale of city property policy, there's no differentiation between parkland and any land owned by the city. And so under that policy, if it meets certain parameters, it goes on to a city council agenda. And that's how the proposed sale of Northeast Park ended up on your August 16th agenda. At that meeting, there was a discussion that all 5 of you did not favor selling parkland. And I proposed that if that was the case, that your policy should be amended to reflect that the city will not entertain offers to sell parkland. So the policy, as you've seen, there's some amendments, which in effect, legally, the city can't say we will never sell this property. But what the policy now states is if somebody would like to purchase a portion of parkland property, that they need to have 3 councilors contact staff, and then staff will initiate the staff review for selling city parkland to a private party. But if a private party comes before staff and wants to make an offer for parkland, the staff's not going to do anything at that point until 3 councilors tell staff to proceed. And I think this amendment captures your policy preference as stated at your August 16th meeting. There is one thing that in the policy that I would point to, and it's kind of an interesting legal issue, and you know, pardon me if it's too esoteric, but there actually is not a true legal definition of a park in Virginia code. If you take a look at 15.2-1806, it talks about parks, but there's not an actual, you know, specific definition of parks. And so what I did in the policy was, for purposes of this I wrote, for purposes of this policy, public parks shall include any parks designated in Chapter 18 of the Code of the City of Charlottesville. So that's how parks would be defined for purposes of this policy. Happy to take any questions.
Great, thanks. Are there any questions, council?
Well, and I certainly am going to support this amendment, but I did want to just kind of follow up because I had opportunity to talk to the applicant who, kind of prompted this step. And I do think that there is still a challenge that exists because it did seem that it wasn't even their real intention to want to buy the city's property and to begin with, but they were really running out of options when this portion of the city property was really impacting their own property. And it's, just hazards of what was being caused there, whether it's tree maintenance or water issues, which is resulting in like insects. And so I do feel that we do have to kind of consider like what are some ways that we can address these things, because we do have many residents that are abutting our parks. And I think that what happened was they met with our park staff around this issue, and were ultimately recommended this was like the best path to have this addressed in a meaningful way. And so I'm sorry for that, because I think it certainly was an exhaustive process for many, and I think this is the right direction to go. But I do have to recognize that there's still a concern. This concern still exists for this constituent, and there's likely others that fall into that category. And I don't know what the answer is. I just at least felt like it was important to kind of acknowledge that this was a direction that was suggested as one avenue to go to have some of the concerns for this parcel to be addressed. So.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion?
I move we adopt the resolution to amend the policy for the sale of city-owned property to prohibit consideration of the sale of city park property.
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
Yes.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
Okay, so that carries 5-0. Thank you. Next, we have a resolution to support listing Jackson P. Burley High School on the Virginia Landmark Register and National Register of Historic Places. It's one reading.
We're going to go from the John Blair show to the Jeff Werner show. 2 items for Jeff.
How's that?
We can hear you, but we can't see you. So
You don't want to see me. Yeah, you don't want to. I haven't bathed since March. Good evening. How y'all doing? There's 2 resolutions there. We can probably tackle both of these at once. As you know, the city, we nominated, went forward with a nomination for the Jackson P. Burley High School to get it onto the National Register of Historic Places. And the first step is the Virginia State Review Board, which meets next week, will vote to list it on the Virginia Landmarks Register. And then after that, it automatically goes up to the federal level. And we would expect a decision from them for the National Register by early November. So that's a project that we've sponsored through the city. And then also the next thing on the agenda is the resolution regarding the Carter Greer Farmstead, which was the nomination was prepared by folks out there at the Ivy Creek Foundation. So both of these are, I guess Ivy Creek's probably the more important for you all to speak on, or is because it is your property, whereas Burley is owned by the county. So the resolution is essentially just giving your support for that. So with that, I was just going to ask if you had any questions, and I can try and answer them, and we can move forward.
Okay, any questions? Mr. Blair, do you want us to vote on this one, or because we're gonna have to vote on them separately, or no?
I'd make 2 separate motions.
I did have a quick question regarding Burley, and it may be totally unconnected, but I know we've all received a letter about around $25,000 or so requests from city funding in order to complete a renovation there. Is that renovation?
So I know where you're going.
In any way to the national?
No. And so just, maybe a good opportunity here to explain things. So, for example, we have historic districts in the city that are local designated or locally designated properties. And when things occur at those properties or sites or buildings, those, because of the local designation, that is under the purview of the Board of Architectural Review. Properties that are listed, and some can overlap, but properties that are listed on the Virginia Landmarks Register or the National Register come with absolutely no regulatory oversight. There's no limitation. So, as I've said to people, Monticello is, Albemarle County does not have a local ordinance, even though it's on every register there is. If the Thomas Jefferson Foundation wanted to raise Monticello, there's no legal way to say no. Whereas my house downtown, I'm not on the state or national register, but I am locally designated, and therefore anything I do on my house has to go to the BAR. So there's a quick kind of tour through what the different designations mean. But no, and I know Mr. Hollins has got a lot going on over there at Burley, and I wish all of us had as much energy as Jimmy did. But this, whatever they're doing with the field, no, this in no way, shape, or form would impact that. And even if with the state designation going through and the national designation going through, no, it wouldn't alter what they're planning to do or what they could do. There would be no prohibitions or limitations. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
All right, thanks.
And I think it's also appropriate to say, and I got the letter, and Jimmy Hollins has been a friend of mine for a long time, that, and I've contributed to the Burley Fund, in whatever fashion in the past, and expect to do so again, but as a private individual and not as as something that I would urge City Council to do. And my reasoning is quite simple, that at a time when our extra funds are trying to be saved for things like emergency housing relief and emergency other kinds of relief brought on by the COVID disaster, this would not fit under any category that we would be funding this year. But that is to say, because I support Jimmy and I support the folks at Burley and what they're doing, I'll be sending them some of my own money, just not city money. Good luck,
And
Jimmy.
I think in terms of the letter, I think I spoke with every counselor but you about the matter, Counselor Snook, and I think just at a future date, because Mr. Hollins met with me and Dr. Richardson back probably about 9 months to a year ago. And at that time, we asked that they, after going to the county, and then Dr. Richardson spoke to Jeff Richardson about, the county contribution and what that would look like. And then back in June, they got back to us with the amount that the county was willing to fund and dollars that they had donated. And I think it's probably similar to this. This says using city historic surveys funding. And I don't know exactly, where all of that comes from, but I think there's a history that we should probably talk about at another time, where the city has been supporting some of the work that's been going on over at Burley from the Burley Varsity Club. And it wasn't a discussion that I was prepared to have tonight, but I think it's something that we should have in the future.
I would hope that he raises money before that necessity would arise.
Yeah, as far as using historic surveys funds, I don't, that would, those are funds I use for the historic surveys, like what we did at 10th and Page and Rose Hill a couple of years ago. So,
no, it is really a separate conversation.
Yeah.
Talking about but I'm just saying that there's been a long history of the city supporting those, which is why the request came through.
I just would say, Burley's a great that it continues to function as a school is, I think, fantastic. And I can say as a coach in the city schools and Charlottesville High School, I wish the student athletes would go over there and walk the halls at Burley and see the accomplishments of back in the 50s and early 60s. It's just an extraordinary place, and I just congratulate Mr. Hollins for not letting this story go away. A lot of credit to him for this.
Thank you. Council, any additional questions? Dr. Richardson, were you gonna say something?
No, I just was saying that, my conversation with Jeff Richardson led me to the superintendent of county schools, and that was how we were able to move forward in terms of them being able to get funding from them. And their request now for us is the $24,000.
Are we ready for motion?
Yes.
I move we adopt a resolution supporting for listing the Jackson P. Burley High School on the Virginia Landmarks Register, and the National Register of Historic Places.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas?
Is that Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Payne, your vote?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right, thank you. That carries 5-0.
And one more. Ready? I move we adopt the resolution in support of nominating Riverview Farm and the Car Greer Farmhouse to Ivy Creek Natural Area for listing on the Virginia Landmarks Register and the National Register of Historic Places.
Second.
Okay. Ms. Thomas?
Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That carries 5-0. We're supposed to take a break at 10. Do we want to take a quick break before we start?
I would.
Thank y'all. Good night too.
What happened?
I would find that useful.
Yeah.
Like 10 minutes?
10 minutes is
fine.
Okay.
All right. Thanks.
Sorry, Haluska.
Throwing some hedonistic cravings.
All right. Back in session. Next up, we have resolution for 218 West Market Street, SUP, special use permit, and it's one reading.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. As you stated, this is a special use permit for 218 West Market Street. This previously came before you in December 2019, which may seem like 10 years ago, but it was only 10 months. At that meeting, the applicant requested a deferral of action, and then it's been delayed because of the COVID pandemic in terms of coming back to you. The Planning Commission recommended approval at their November meeting. That approval contained 4 conditions that are included in the resolution that you have in your packet. The applicant has subsequently proposed 3 additional conditions on the special use permit. Some of that related to, I think, concerns that were raised at the city council meeting in December. Condition 5, the first condition they've proposed, relates to step backs of the upper floors, which, if you recall, for those of you that were on council, there was some concerns from adjacent property owners about the shading of the upper stories on buildings, specifically a building to the north, the McIntyre condominiums. The second new condition that they are proposing, condition 6, relates to how they will meet the requirements of section 3412 of the zoning ordinance related to the affordable housing contribution to the city. And then the final condition is a new item related to kind of rent to community organizations for some of the space proposed in the building. As I stated previously, the Planning Commission recommended approval with the original 4 conditions, so I don't think they would have any issues with the additional conditions here. They were merely meant to clarify the application. I know there was one question from Vice Mayor McGill, and I forwarded that to the applicant. I believe they're going to address that, but if not, we can come back to that. And we have 3 representatives of the applicant on the call that would like to make a presentation to council, and I'm happy to answer any questions for staff.
Am I up?
Yes.
There should be a slide presentation, and I think he is share screening. Okay, great. I'm just going to make your boxes a little bit smaller so I can.
And you can just tell me when you need to advance the slides.
Oh, I can't do it?
Correct.
Okay. Let me just go. Okay, hi. Thanks for having me, and I'm glad everyone is healthy. This is the cover sheet. You can go to the next slide. Just want you to know, my name is Jeff Levine, principal owner of Heirloom Development, 2093 Goodling Road, North Garden, Virginia. And I have with me tonight, you can't see, but we're all socially distanced around a big legal conference room. Valerie Long, my attorney of Williams from Williams Mullen, Jeff Dreyfus, my architect from Bushman Dreyfus, and LJ Lopez, my owner's rep from Milestone Partners. I'm going to go a little rogue. This slide was supposed to be background on the project, but I'm actually thinking that I should give you a little background about myself. What we're here to talk about tonight is definitely has an effect on real people within the community, and I feel it's imperative that I humanize myself as well. So I've lived and worked off and on in Charlottesville for over 10 years. My wife and I found Charlottesville really looking to change life, and we have no ties to UVA. We don't necessarily have a love for Monticello, and we don't even drink alcohol. So the vineyards that are here are just beautiful landscapes for us to look at. But we did do a lot of research, lay out, scoured a map, laid out what we want to do with our life, and we chose Charlottesville, which I think is important. Professionally, I've been doing real estate for over 30 years. I have a passion for it. I didn't make my money selling shoelaces and then do this as a side project. I have a small boutique company with about 4 people in it, always have been on a smaller side. So I'm not a big public company. I don't have hundreds of millions of dollars of net worth behind me. I always raise capital for each of my deals. And when my wife and I decided to choose Charlottesville, I also made a new commitment to being further of service of others. And I teach at the college level. And I also co-chair a charity that helps with the global health crisis and getting medical supplies around the world. I've worked in different areas of the country, some friendly to developers, some not as friendly developers. But in all of those, I've taken the change to the urban landscape very seriously. What I also take seriously is being a husband and a father. I've been married 27 years and father to a 22-year-old son. And I'm very mindful. We discuss every day, the 3 of us, kind of the ongoing financial health and kind of emotional stress that everyone's going through. And so I do understand that we're here tonight to talk about a project and more floors and more units. And it could be a bit of a distraction, but frankly, for me, I could use a little bit of a distraction right now and focus on the future. And so I thank you for hearing from me. And let's go to the next slide. Why are we here? You have this in your packet. I also want to say that I'm going to try to be brief on each slide. We can always circle back to stuff and talk about any questions you have or dive deeper into any slide, but I'm respectful of your time. And I'm also acknowledging that I sent each of you a letter that outlines a lot of what's in this presentation. So try to keep it as brief. So here, talk about the density that's by right, the 43 dwelling units per acre, which would yield 21 dwelling units. But the density by SUP is 240 dwelling units per acre, which would yield 134 dwelling units. And as far as height, 70 by right, and 101 with the special use permit. Slide. So for your consideration, which is also in your packet, is whether this project will have, I gotta get rid of, hold on these faces because I can't read. Well, have any potential adverse impacts on the surrounding neighborhood or the community in general? And if so, whether they are any reasonable conditions of approval that would satisfactorily mitigate such impacts. You will see throughout this presentation that there's been a lot of thoughtfulness from me and my team and I on being proactive to any of those impacts. As mentioned, we have Board of Architectural Review advised in favor of this SUP approval. You'll see that their hand is on a lot of our conditions. Planning Commission advises in favor, and city staff advises in favor of the SUP approval. Slide. Oh, I realize it's not the PowerPoint. It's not going to roll in all pretty, but you'll just assume that it was pretty. So here's some of the things that we've heard over maybe a year of outreach, and I've sat with each of you individually. I've met with city staff. I've met with critical stakeholders in the community, and that's on top of the neighborhood meeting that's required per the SUP process. And so I've heard, is the increased building envelope too large for the area? And we've self-imposed additional step backs to deal with that. And you'll see that later in the slides. Will the building displace any existing affordable dwelling units? No, we'll bring new affordable dwelling units. We heard stuff about shadows, and you'll see that that studies show that shadows cast will not be any different than they are now. Slide. There you go. That's beautiful. Does the building negatively affect any vehicular or pedestrian traffic? We'll show you what we've done for design to address that. And also you'll see that city staff has said that there's no traffic impact by this development. Will the new building negatively impact the environment? No, we'll show you that it actually benefits the environment to do this project. And lastly, we looked at whether or not it would adversely affect the finances of the city. And we'll show you how it brings additional revenue to the city. I'm going to introduce now Jeff Dreyfus, who will come up and he'll run through a bunch of the slides that talk about some of those impacts, and then I'll come back to you and address some of the other things we've proposed.
Thanks, Jeff. Good evening. I'm Jeff Dreyfus with Bushman Dreyfus Architects here in Charlottesville. We have worked with Jeff and Ivy Levine now on a number of projects, including 600 West Main Street, the better known as the Blue Moon Diner building. I'd like to talk with you briefly about some of the conditions that we are proposing as part of the SUP. As you can see, the by right zoning for the property, 6 stories with a mandatory 25-foot step back above the 4th floor. And this shows in red on Market Street, but it's also on Old Preston. You can't see that in red on the back side of the building. If you might go to the next slide, please. Here you can see this would be an out-of-the-box, so to speak, SUP with the full 101 stories and the, I'm sorry, 101 feet, thank you, and the increased density. So in red, you can see the additional height. This is just if there were no additional requirements placed on the project, how tall and how wide the building could potentially be. Knowing that the building will need to be designed, and we have not done that yet, the Board of Architectural Review was comfortable recommending the full SUP with some conditions that they made us very aware of that the project would be held to. They haven't been enumerated here. If you don't mind, I'd just like to briefly mention them. That the building's massing will be broken up to provide compatibility with the character-defining features of the historic district. They're required to provide adequate protection of the adjacent historic structures, provide a plan to replace the street trees on site, improve pedestrian character of Old Preston and Market Street, provide a pedestrian pass-through access between Market Street and Old Preston. So with that in mind, they are very comfortable knowing that we will work successfully with them to design and sculpt a building that would work within the box that you see here on the screen. That said, we understand that there are some concerns about the height, especially on Market Street. And also I'll express some of my own concerns about the sides of the building, both west facing and east facing. The sort of sheer wall that you see almost in this drawing as though the cake were sliced on both ends and it's just a sheer wall. So if you go to the next slide, please. You can see what we are proposing is an additional voluntary step back of 10 feet, both on the north along Market Street and on the east and west, so that this building does not become a sheer wall in any direction. This would still allow for the full 9 stories, 101 feet, but requiring that above floor 6, so floors 7, 8, and 9, would be required to step back on those 3 sides of the building an additional 10 feet. Next slide, please. Here you can see that basic box, I would say, set in the context of other buildings downtown. They're all labeled for you, but we'd like to point out to you the relative height to the Code building in the distance, the Omni adjacent to it, even in the distance, West 2nd, which isn't going to be constructed at this time, but has been approved. Next slide, please. One other comment about that, those windows placed on that previous slide were not intended to indicate a design. It's just there to help give some scale to those blocks themselves so we understand the number of stories within. Thank you. Next slide. With that massing, we wanted to give you an idea that there's concern about how that massing might affect the feel of the downtown mall. On the far left side, you can see here the photograph probably right at First Street looking west. You can see the very tip top of the Code building, and if you look hard on the right, you can see just above where the downtown grill was, the very top of the building would be peeking out. As you move closer to the Omni, on the image on the right, you can see the Code building becomes much more a part of the view, and in fact, this building disappears behind the lower scale buildings on the downtown mall. Next slide, please. This building section is really intended to show the additional step backs, but also the scale of this building relative to other buildings nearby. Again, the Wells Fargo building well in the distance, not as high as that. The Omni across the street, this is about 1 story taller, but then you can see that the Code building is considerably higher than this from an absolute elevation standpoint. You can also see here how the building steps back from West Market Street. Next slide, please. This is just a concept sketch of the building. Again, this is the building massing that is being proposed and not yet sculpted, but the lower scale of the first couple of floors of this building relating to the lower scale of the buildings on the downtown mall, with the larger mass of the building step back 25 feet above that first plinth box. Next, please. There was concern and discussion about sun shadows and how long a shadow would be cast and who would be affected by shadows by a taller building on this property. On the left, you can see the by right building height. In other words, if we simply built a 6-story building today without the SUP, you can see these shadows were for December 21st at the time that the shadows are going to be their longest. It's the shortest day of the year, and the shadows cast stretch further than they would any other day of the year. On the left, you can see the 6-story by right building. On the right, you can see the proposed building height, the 9-story building. The only real difference here is that the two buildings shaded in red, 2 of the McGuffey condo buildings, you can see that one day, at that one moment, that there is a small bit of shadow cast on the one building to the east of McGuffey. No other consequences based on the height. Next slide, please. Just another item. This is one of the concerns that the BAR is going to request we address, and that is maintaining pedestrian access connecting West Market Street and Old Preston Avenue. We mentioned this just so everyone's aware. As you know, there is a parking lot right now on the east side of this building, a surface parking lot, and there is concern that by eliminating that and by also taking away the existing building, which they've approved demolition of based upon an approved site plan, once that's gone, will there be a connection through this block? And so that is one of the conditions that we will design to meet as we go forward with the project. Next slide, please. Questions and concern about parking. There will be a full basement in this building with parking, a parking garage accessed off of Old Preston Avenue. City traffic engineering has said they have no concerns about the additional traffic that will be generated by the entrance and exit of cars into this garage. The location is well suited topographically, and I think that the BAR is really quite pleased that there's not going to be any parking entry off of West Market Street. Next slide, please. One other item I'd like to touch upon, environmentally. We as architects, our firm, committed to designing to meet the AIA 2030 challenge, where at that point, looking to reduce energy consumption and performance standards 70% below the regional or the county average median for the building type today. We are part of that pledge ourselves as a firm, and Jeff and the rest of the team are committed to doing what we can environmentally. A couple of things to note, benefits from this project as we move forward. Stormwater runoff will be reduced or eliminated by incorporating a green roof. It is something that we are exploring vigorously at this point. I'm sorry, could we go back to that previous slide? Thank you. The urban heat island effect is going to be eliminated by removing the existing black asphalt parking lot. It's astounding what we're doing to the environment with all of the black asphalt out there. This project actually will eliminate that, and with roof terraces and green roof, that we will actually be improving the situation. Our mechanical systems will be state-of-the-art to minimize the energy consumption. We're looking for an efficient building envelope. And one of the main commitments we've made is, and we did this at 600 West Main Street, the building will meet the requirements for Charlottesville's energy reduction tax, which is 30% less consumption of energy than required by the building code. We did that there, we intend to do it here. There'll be electric charging stations in the parking garage as well. But one of the best, to me, one of the most important environmental contributions we can make to this is allowing people to walk to work and proximity to the bus line, immediate proximity to the bus line, so that we are encouraging people to leave their cars at home and take public transportation to reduce fossil fuel consumption and pollution. That's what I have in terms of the design aspect of this. I'll turn it over to Jeff unless anybody has questions for me right now. Circle back. Okay, thank you.
Hi. Excuse me. Next slide. Here's a large subject, and I listened intently on this. Not that I didn't listen intently on the other ones, but there's a lot I learned and a lot I took into account in looking at ADU compliance. And as we all know, that the code sets out how the developers has that options, but I looked a little more carefully. So baseline is anything developed as of right, office, hospitality, the 24 large units we spoke of earlier, keeping the property as is, that yields 0 affordable units. And with the project, we would not displace any affordable units. There are none on the site. The extensive developer outreach, like I said, I spent maybe the better part of a year meeting with not only you, but people like Piedmont Housing and Sunshine has been really helpful, and just educating myself on what would be helpful. And I got a lot of different answers. Not everyone agrees, and I'm sure not everyone present here would agree, but things I did learn about, again, talking to New Hill Development and CRHA, and we need housing for lower AMI groups than are what's set forth in the ordinance. We need some longer term to affordable housing. I learned something. It may be best to build some or all the affordable units offsite, using some partnerships with these entities that can leverage the amount of units and cost to building more units. I also learned that the city's spreadsheet for creating the formula has some inconsistencies, and that what I really learned, and Mayor Walker kind of spoke to it earlier about the sale of that property, was that financial inequality for Charlottesville's Black community is driven in part by not being able to build up equity. So, and I also learned that we need housing, regardless of its market rate or affordable, that just drive more affordable housing. And lastly, it's more of an acknowledgement that I kind of heard from everyone who collectively in these conversations was this one project's not going to solve everything for the city, but it's a start, and we need every start we can get. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll tell you kind of how I formulate. So the formula itself right now with the square footage yields about 8 affordable units and 5,800 square feet. Again, I say about because the formula works off of square footage, and by the time the AR is done, the building can change. But what I put forth is that I will build 8 affordable units. I'll build 4 at 80% AMI, which is required, but I'll do 2 units at 60% and 2 units at 50%, which I believe is unprecedented in this city. I'll maintain affordability of 6 of the units for at least 8 years and 2 units for at least 16 years. In the conditions, the units will vary in proximity and size. Hard to tell now exactly what those are because you lock in the square footage, you know the units. But again, you don't know if that's going to be 2 1s and 6 2s, and again, if we do something with a partnership with, let's say, a Piedmont, that could vary. I wrote in there that I will collaborate with these leading affordable housing organizations to determine location and to best leverage them. Again, you ask 2 or 3 different people, you'll get 2 or 3 different answers. Some people feel it's great to have a community that's diverse and all in one building, and some people will say it's great to have those units built off-site where we can use other sources of funding, and with my pledge, we can build, we can leverage 8 units into 24 units. But that also takes time to figure out, and we need that time. To be clear, and I think it's all the units that I'm pledging are going to be issued, built before issue of a permanent certificate of occupancy for the building. So the city's assured that those will be built, and I could never get any financing unless I had a plan complete to build those units before I even started my building, because no lender would be out there wondering if I was going to be able to get my permanent certificate of occupancy without knowing I could build these units. So then I thought a little bit further, and again, in kind of this self-reflection and education, meeting with groups like Conscious Capital Group and Eddie Harris from Vinegar Hill Magazine, and just learning a lot more about what can help balance some inequities that we see in the city, but also in the nation. And it's really came out that building equity in the Black community is important, and for furthering job creation and financial literacy and business growth. And while affordable units are great, they do have a limit of time to them. And when you talk to some of these great organizations about, it's that old concept of teaching someone how to fish rather than giving them a fish. It's here. How can we further that? So what I put a voluntary condition myself that I'll provide 700 square feet of commercial space at 50% of market rent for a term of 5 years. And I also remember Mayor Walker making a comment once about, how could we honor Vinegar Hill? And I think it could be done through some architectural concepts, and I think it could be done with, other things. But this would really be one of the largest, I think, most impactful honoring that you could do, where you start to build that up. So again, I need to work with these groups, and we have to flush out exactly what it is, whether it's part retail, whether it's part office. But I think it's a major impact. Slide, please. A little inside the numbers. So I ran some numbers, and if I had none of this and we just said, okay, the ordinance is the ordinance, you have no adverse effects that you couldn't mitigate, you get an SUP, and I have my option of paying into the fund or building, the paying into the fund per the formula would be about $300,000. The value, if you will, of if I just did what would be required by the formula and I built 8 units on site or off site would be about $550,000 of benefit to the city or cost to me to build those units. What I'm proposing with my voluntarily proposed affordable levels and commercial space is $825,000 of quote cost to me or benefit to the city for an increase of $525,000 of value. And I think that is that's substantial. And there's also other risk associated with that because you don't know how costs go with building versus just knowing to pay a check for 300 grand. You know what that is and it's definitive, but I'm willing to take on that risk and willing to give more because it's the right thing to do. And I think it'll make a difference. The next slide. The question is always going to be, why not more? And sorry, I'm going to make us all do a little math late at night, but I can go quickly and I could circle back. But and again, I've also heard Mayor Walker speak about, we can't really see the numbers sometimes, but I thought I would open up a little and just show you that when developers go to build these projects, they look for a yield on cost of 7%. So in simple math, if it costs $100 to build something, we like to see $7 of revenue a year. That's very aggressive. It's hard to get that in this market. So if you looked at this market rate deal, and we didn't have to build any affordable dwelling units, if I just build as of right, let's say, my yield comes to 675, which is a very good doable yield. I could finance that. Going with this SUP and the 8 required ADU at the 80% AMI for 8 years, which is a typical build, if you will, that yield goes down to 655. So that same $100 invested, instead of $7 a year, developers now making $6.55. Getting thin, but still doable. And I even wrote in a letter that I can't quibble over, a few basis points here and there. So what I've proposed in doing these lower levels of AMI, which obviously decreases revenue, plus the discounted commercial space, which decreases revenue, that comes to a 6.47 yield on cost. And so, from my ultimate goal of where I'd like to be, especially today on a deal so early on when we haven't designed anything and we have a long way to go, your approval is just one very early step of a long process. It's a 50 plus, we call it basis point drop in yield. And so that's a real effect to it. And so we could talk about why not 9 units and why not, but that's the math that goes into it. And I've really hit the limit to where I can go for a limited yield on cost. Next slide. Aside from the affordable components and helping the community with job growth, career growth, there are real financial benefits to the city. I had the Director of Economic Development, Mr. Engel, run his fiscal impact study. His came out with an additional $138,000 a year of increased fiscal impact that this project, with having people along the mall, would bring. The right graph shows you that the increased real estate taxes of $260,000, which is an estimate. Today, they're about $30,000 on the property. And they'll go up to at least $290,000. And tying back to a conversation earlier about bonding, if I use the rates you were talking about and some rough math, you could use that revenue stream in the future to maybe bond $15 million of capital that the city can use anywhere it wishes. It could use it to more affordable housing. It could use it for other public improvement projects, as Councilor Payne was referring to. There's also the qualitative versus quantitative benefit, where which leads to quantitative, is by having residents on the mall, which I believe we desperately need. And again, in my outreach and talking to downtown businesses, you bring that 24/7 life to the mall. You help the retailers that are along that mall. And even before COVID, they were under tremendous stress in the changes in the retail field. And I think it's important, a lot of office because it says of right is being built along that mall. And to Jeff Dreyfus's point earlier about environment, I think I know that having residents being able to live downtown and walk to those office environments are much better for the environment than driving in a car from, let's say, Crozet and then parking somewhere downtown and visiting those offices. Next slide. So in summary, the building context, Jeff Dreyfus talked a lot about, and we put a lot of thought into that. And you'll see that there's no doubt this building is big and it's tall. But what's significant is it's not bigger and taller than other buildings that are in the mall, and that is because the zoning allows it. The zoning allows the granting of up to 101 feet because this was contemplated as long as we didn't have any adverse effects that couldn't be mitigated. And I think I'm confident that we've addressed all of those. Not only have I addressed all the adverse impacts, and it's just their natural nature, even though we're not supposed to look at benefits, I believe we've added a tremendous amount of community benefits to the city by having this project. I mentioned the affordable housing and discounted commercial space to better the community, being a good neighbor. So that I feel very happy about giving a benefit, even though we're really trying to look at what's adverse. And the last point here, I put the word symbolism up because in my outreach, someone said to me, some people will vote against this project just for symbolism. And I said, no. The city should be voting for a project like this because of symbolism. It's symbolic of emblematic public-private collaboration. And Councilor Snook talked about the public-private partnership. Here, the public doesn't even have to make an investment. It's just your granting of an approval and sort of blessing all of this outreach and collaboration between the public sector and the private sector. And that's the only investment. It's all private dollars. It symbolizes small business. I'm effectively a small business, even though this is a large project. It symbolizes small business investing heavily in Charlottesville. It symbolizes thoughtfulness from a developer and being deferential to societal inequities. So in my mind, I think the city of Charlottesville would be best served by the city council and me showing symbolically that we can work together and vote yes and grant approval for this special use permit. And I thank you for your time, and I will answer any questions you have, or Jeff Dreyfus will, or Valerie, if you want to get legal.
Well, thank you for your presentation. I have some comments about the symbolism and those comments and probably some of the types of people who were making them, but I'm gonna not do that. We met, I think, right before the pandemic, hit, and I think in terms of the only comments that I have about the additional offers that you made are that, even though there's an extension on the number of units over what you have to contribute, there's still the time limit on those units, which is a very short amount of time. So I know the why not more, because we had that conversation when we were together, so that was probably for me too. But I think it's good that you've added the extra units, but by the time a family got settled in the unit, they would that would be potentially expiring, or in less than a decade, and that's a very short amount of time. So those are my comments about that. And you didn't necessarily talk about why only limiting to the 8 years, 5 years for the 50% of commercial space and the 16 years only for 2 units. I'd be interested in hearing your viewpoint on how that limiting that time to that makes the dollars work for you to build the units. Also, questions about like 600, how are you doing there with the affordable housing requirements? Have you rented those units? How are they going at the 80% AMI was a question, that that I had for you. And I think in terms of symbolism, since we had a very, I think, robust conversation about numbers when we met, so you're understanding that if you only bring 8 families under 50 to 80% AMI into a building where you're bringing over 100 market rate, then you know what that means in terms of the conversations that we had and why, while it's better than it was and better than a lot of other developers have ever presented, it still presents a challenge about when you're asking the question, who's Charlottesville of the future looks like. And if you're familiar, as you've done your research, and I got a lot of the feedback from some of those conversations, that the steady displacement of native Charlottesvillians and, low income. And so you're still talking about at the 50% AMI over 40, $5,000 a year, even at the 50%. And that's been increasing by about $10,000 a year, which again is not your issue. Your project did not start it, and it clearly won't end it. But it will perpetuate the same problems that we're currently having now. So those are my initial comments. Council, do you have any comments or questions?
Oh wait, hold on. Can I tackle those? Because if you add on to those, I'm going to be inundated. Because
Sure.
there were 5 buried in there. I'll defer to council if you want to give more.
No, you can go ahead. You can answer.
So I'll answer the easy one first. Yes, I was actually, I think one of the only developers to date to actually build the affordable housing instead of paying to the fund. We did that at 600 West Main. Per the ordinance, we built two units. We have 1 rented, and we have 1, I think, being shown, but until it's an application, it doesn't mean much. And I was candid with you. I mean, we struggle with that because just because you offer the community an affordable unit, it has to be in the right location, of the right size for them, of the right, do they want to live there? Then they also have to be able to qualify. They have to be 80% AMI or under, but they also have to qualify to be able to afford the rent. So, I mean, I don't want to go on a tangent because we could tear apart the affordable housing, and a lot of what you're saying, Mayor Walker, and your, I guess, disappointment is it's built into the city's ordinance. I mean, to not like 8 units at 80% AMI, that is what the ordinance says. And what I've done is I've tried to go above and beyond and listening and saying, of course, 8 units of 134 is not 16 but it is just math. It's just only so many units with the cost of land, the cost of construction, the cost of professional fees, the cost to do a project that everything else is built into, that the environmental supporters want to see go into a building like this, that underground parking is built into this, that all of that adds up, that there's only so much one project can take on without another subsidy. you want to give me free real estate taxes for 10 years, we can open up another conversation, because that's what happens when you say, why don't you do more than 8 years for affordable housing? And what I also tried to do is set a balance, a fundamental of how to go forward, that I could work with groups and try to leverage that. This is kind of like all put in a blender, because, and I didn't want to stand up here and negotiate and talk about, well, 80%, all 80% AMI is the same at 16 years, is the same math as 2 at 50 and 4 at, and that's the same math. And so should we trade off? We'll go down a rabbit hole. Again, what I try to do is take 1 year of all of these different things, and all those comments were not just from you, Mayor Walker. They were from everyone around the city, giving me input and me trying to digest it. And what the goal would be to work with a John Sales or a Sunshine Nathon and say, look, instead of 8 units on site, what if we took that money and we built them off site, and we could go longer term, and we could, these are things I've started to uncover. And the conundrum for the developer is, this is like step 0.5 for me. I can't design a building without this. I can't even go down the road. I can't commit more capital without knowing what is permitted here. If this isn't permitted, then a freestanding CVS pharmacy might be the best financial use of this site. But what I try to do is bring all these factors together and do the best I could do to offer the best solution for an enormous problem this city has. And the reason I'll address the 5-year term for the commercial space. The reason the commercial space came up is that is accretive and left to beyond. There's no limit to how many people you can help. There's not, you're right. You move a family in, they have 8 years, 10 years. It doesn't matter what the term is. At some point, they no longer have that subsidy to live in that affordable housing. But if I sat with Derek Rush and we just helped, 100 people, or as Eddie Harris and I were talking about, growing a company from 1 truck to 3 trucks, that's growth. That's helping a community build. And you mentioned a word about displacement. The other thing, this project doesn't displace any minority-owned businesses, doesn't displace.
We talked about this before. It's not that you're building what you're building in new units. It's when you bring that number of market rate families into the area, and you do not have the same number of more of affordable units, what that does to an area. So you have to move out of just looking at your project as an isolated project, to looking at the whole picture.
I do, and studies show, and again, we can debate, but studies do show that even if you build market rate housing or upper end market rate housing, it frees up other housing, and that makes the whole community more affordable.
But that's not happening here. We talked about that too.
We don't have enough density. It can't happen without enough growth. There's been no project. My project at 600 West Main is the first one built in an SUP, and then Dairy Central will come. But the only way it comes is we rise up together. That's like the reason the density is built in to allow the 240 dwelling units is it's by the city's own mission statement to have more density in this city. It's meant for the downtown to have this density. It's not to have density in Crozet. That's not good. This is where, if you have enough of that mass, then you freed up the other housing. But we're not, I'm just saying this all goes into it. And the 5 years is, the typical commercial lease term is 5 years. The 50% number comes because you're usually at an operating expense of about 50. So I'm willing to give space, but I have to still at least cover my costs, which are real estate taxes, utilities. And so that seems, and it's a minimum. Maybe it's 1,000 square feet and it's 7, but the square footage came from conversations that's an office environment with a conference room, maybe some educational components, a good term for people to start a business, grow a business, personally get financial literacy. We talk, maybe it's a retail, maybe it's where Black-owned businesses go to launch their business in a retail. And so the 5 years is tied to the typical commercial
Do you know how long it takes a family that has experienced generational poverty to come from under that label of generational poverty?
It's probably a century, but the search that I've been on personally over the last 6 to 9 months, you're right, but this project will not solve all that. This project can help to remedy the situations that are at hand. Without this project, none of that remedy will happen. That is just a given. It's just the given that the as of right uses do not yield any affordable housing. They do not yield discounted commercial space for the Black community. They do not push us forward. What they do is they stunt us to be exactly where we are today with only the dialogue that things are wrong. And that's why I've said, and to Councillor Snook's thing, this is the public-private partnership working to move things forward. It might not be working enough. It might not get enough. It can't erase hundreds of years of oppression. Terrible, but if we don't take one step forward, we will never take 2, 3, 4, or 5 steps forward. Tonight's vote is that first step forward, and that's how I look at it.
And again, I'll just make one more comment before I let the other councilors just chime in. But if you're having an issue with renting your units at 80%, there's more than just adding the 8 units that need to occur to make people feel and be able to live in the spaces that you would build. So simply at this point saying that you will build them, if you haven't even been able to rent 2, I would have some concerns there too. And that's my final comment. Councilors, do you all have any questions or comments?
I have a few. I just wanted to get a little bit clearer understanding of kind of what's envisioned in the affordable housing, in the affordable dwelling components. I know we've got a couple of things. It sounds like there's still a little bit of nebulousness, just so that you've got an ability to work creatively with reaching out to some other partners. So I'm just kind of getting an idea of, in providing these units, since the option would be that they could also be off-site, it was, as I recall, it's on or off-site. What kind of timeline do we think we're looking at then for these units to be built by?
Well, you're tying into the overall development. I mean, the timeline for this development is probably at least 1.5 years of pre-development, of doing all of going to the Board of Architectural Review and going through that process and design and selecting. And then with a building of this size, you probably have 2 years of construction. So you're looking, let's say, 3.5 years for delivery of any units, market rate or affordable units.
But I mean, what I'm talking about is if the units are off-site, I'm assuming at that point they wouldn't be being built at the same time.
It would probably be the same time frame, unless through some collaboration there. This project gets financed as one project, and the affordable dwelling units is part of that project. No capital source, lenders, equity partners are going to fund just the affordable. That's a very specialized business, the low-income housing, affordable housing, which is why my conversations with the Sunshine is that maybe there is a partnership where it can go earlier in it. But generally, we have to look at this as it's all built as one, whether they're in this actual building or they're a block away or 2 blocks away. They're all going to be delivered the same time. I think you have to figure that.
So I guess I'm still trying to wrap I don't want to take, my questions are for my own clarity here. Because, I mean, what kind of unit sizes are you considering for the affordable units?
It's not definitive, but the math will dictate it. So I'm agreeing to do at least 5,800 square feet. So we know that there'll be 5,800 square feet, and we know there'll be 8 units. That's an average of 715. But what I've also done in anticipation of questions like this, and also my own understanding of how to hit different market segments, is I've said that there'll be a variety of size and unit mix, so we can determine that. So there won't be all 1 bedrooms, there won't be all 2 1 bedrooms, but you can do the math. Is effectively 720 units. They're of the same type, like kind quality as the other units, and that's again, when you get these differing opinions, and some people will say, well, I'd rather you not spend so much and build them in your building. Why don't you just give me the money? I'll build them offsite and I can build twice as many units. That's a great conversation over time. It's nothing that can be solved by the time I go and seek SUP approval, because that's maybe a year of collaboration. So, and I can't get started on that collaboration without this approval. But those conditions put a ring around it, so you know it's not all 1s, it's not all 2s, and it's definitely not going to be 8 micro units.
And they also have to be actually built, even if they are offsite within the same time period.
Yeah.
I've always been a little bit wary of that, simply because I don't know then in 8 years, in 3 or 4 or 5 years from now, when the project is finalized, if this isn't an add-on that's allowed for another couple of years afterwards. I'm just making sure that they actually complete it. There's a timeline of completion for the affordable units as well.
I can put your mind at ease, and I'm sure the city attorney can as well. Like I cannot get the certificate of occupancy, basically the blessing from the building department of the city of Charlottesville, to move any of my market rate people in without building the affordable units. Okay. I had this in 600. I could not finish my 600 building without building the 2 affordable units. It's your stick/carrot for me to build it, and that's what holds me to it. And as I said earlier, you will also get the way the market works is you'll get the comfort that before the certificate of occupancy, no one will provide me the capital without knowing I can build those 8 units, because they will never want to get to the time to have an entirely market rate building built and say, hey, Jeff, we're going to move people in. Do you have those 8 units built? And I go, no, I'm just going to do them later. And it's never going to happen. So we write these laws, but there's also these market constraints that kind of make sure these happen. But the law is I cannot get my certificate of occupancy without building those units. So I hope that puts you at ease.
And also, when I just want to make sure that we're working on the same, as my email was, that you're using the generalized 1-person AMI, that when you Google HUD comes up with $90,600 right now.
I mean, I use, and I was given this by the housing court, I use the VA I use the Virginia HUD parameters.
Yeah.
It's another confusing, the ordinance doesn't even tell you what to use. But
depending on exactly where you're looking at, it can vary just a little bit depending. I mean, generally when we say AMI, we're talking about that 1 number, but I mean, there's also the AMI for a family of 3. And that's why I was asking these more specific questions. Is I was just kind of curious, when we're looking at these numbers, what it was you were basing these within. Yeah. And that it's a 50% AMI of a single person. Yeah. Okay.
Whatever those guys, I can't quote that out, but it's the, I think we're talking about the same guidelines, and the last agreement I did with the city, we attached them to the agreement, because again, it's not in the ordinance, it's a little, but I think we agree on a standard.
And I just want to double check that when you're talking about a 50% AMI unit, it means that you are also dropping that rent down for someone to be able, within that VHD guideline range of where somebody at 50% AMI should be paying rent.
Yes, and that's the formula. You download a spreadsheet, it tells you, and to the point when I did my little math exercise, it showed you why my numbers went down and down, because I'm eroding my revenue to a level where I can, make it work. But I think with this solution, we're serving a lot more of the population than just 80% AMI. And,
And also, just to clarify, in the presentation, you mentioned that there would be 2 units that would be held for the longer than 8 years.
yes.
And what AMI were those units?
I don't know yet. I can't commit
Okay.
to which ones those are. Again, I think that's something that has to be flushed out.
Okay.
My goal would be some collaboration with the Piedmont, where the equivalent is Sunshine and I are building a facility that we can leverage that like 3 or 4 times of units, and we can have them tied up 20 or 30 years. And the math to me all works the same, and we're leveraging that. It's just very hard to go down that path without this SUP approval. But I hope you see how much thought I put into with working with these and understanding. I've put this proposal forward that locks in what I think is a great result, and then lets it grow from there.
Thank you. Those were my questions.
My question, I guess, is, I'm of course relatively new to council and haven't had the exposure that some of you all have. How many other apartment complexes are there where the developer has chosen to incorporate the affordable housing units within the building itself rather than to parse them out someplace else? How often has that happened?
It's not common. Honestly, I can't think of any. We've had a few people attempt to go down the road of offsite units, but the vast majority of the special use permit and rezoning applications that we've gotten, people, the West Main projects are obviously a pretty good example. They've, the big ones all paid into the fund.
Yeah.
A lot of that, when 3412 was initially passed, and the administration of that, from what I understand, the original numbers that we were doing made it even more advantageous to pay into the fund. And there's been some adjustment to the administration of that, some reinterpretation of that code from the city attorney's office when staff turned over, that makes them, the numbers that Jeff said are I think still, I would trust his math on his building, but it was, they diverged even more in the early years of that program. So, almost no one went down the road of apartments. Jeff's, 600 West Main
And Chris
does
Henry,
have units.
right, that he's
Chris is, it's under construction now. The Dairy Central project does have affordable units on site.
And some of those same questions came up with West 2nd Street when we were talking about that development, about if you build off-site versus on-site, quality of units. So even if you build them simultaneously, what are the individuals getting compared to the development? And what I hear here is that they will potentially be getting more units for the same amount of investment, because they probably won't be built to the same standard. And again, that's something they have to work through and present if it's an off-site unit. And that was the difference between the West 2nd Street and the Harris Street project that he was presenting at that time. And
if I could,
we don't have anything we can see at this time, so you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell about quality.
if I could just interject with a quick question for staff. How many ADUs have been produced to the SUP process, say, over the past decade?
I don't know the number right off the top of my head. I would say it's in the, there's the, I believe, 20, 15 to 20 units that are going in Dairy Central. That's the largest number in any one project. And then, it may be a handful beyond that.
Because I can't remember either, but Last I remember, I think it was units that are online, so not including Dairy Central. I think it might have been less than 10.
That sounds reasonable to me.
So I guess the question that I've got is, assuming the accuracy of Mr. Levine's numbers that suggest that he could accomplish, that he could basically buy his extra units by putting money into a fund, and the amount of money he would have to put into the fund would be roughly a third of the cost effectively of what he's agreeing to undertake. Assuming that that is at least roughly close, I guess, you know, the first logical question is, A, why would any logical person even try to do what Mr. Levine is trying to do? B, related to that is, should we say, okay, it hasn't been tried a whole lot recently, but here's somebody who is really seemingly willing to commit a lot of effort and money to this project and to this possibility that we have built into the code, but which we seem to acknowledge is problematic. It's a difficult way to go about the problem. He's chosen a difficult way to go about the problem for some of the reasons that are essentially social rather than economic. And I find myself, I looked at, I watched the meeting when council looked at this last year. I watched the planning commission meeting, and the thing that strikes me most about it all is that it's clear that Mr. Levine has made a decision that he wants to go in a particular direction authorized by the city statute at a cost of roughly triple what he could get away with if he were doing it in some other fashion. And part of me says, if he'd like to try it that way and he thinks he can make money on, you know, if his numbers are as precise as 6.47% yield on cost, I think he has resolved a lot of the structural and architectural issues that people were concerned about when it was brought up last year. He's basically, you know, built into the proposal the kinds of things that he couldn't that were basically just words a year ago about the windows and about the setbacks and so on, and it's part of the deal now. And so he's accomplished that, and if he's accomplished the architectural problem, and he's making really rather extraordinary efforts and financial costs on what I'll term the social problem of the SUP, I would like to encourage that. I'd like to encourage both him as an individual for his apparent concern and dedication to good causes, and I'd like to see if he can make it work. And if he can make it work, then it'll be a lesson to the rest of us and to other developers as to, okay, here's a way that may actually get more units built in this sort of integrated fashion than we've been able to do before. I just think this proposal is substantially better than the proposal that was brought up back in December or November or whenever it was. It's substantially better on the architectural side. It's substantially better on the social side. And if he's willing to put the kind of effort and the kind of money into it all that he is, I'd like to encourage it.
I guess I can go. I was just I think my questions have largely been asked, but I will say that I understand from conversations I've had with people that know a lot more about this than me that there are a lot of advantages to looking at options that are maybe off-site in these circumstances. So I certainly appreciate the effort to explore all options that might come to the best conclusion, because those folks, again, like I said, including Mr. Mathon, have expressed that same sentiment to me when we've talked about similar projects. I will also acknowledge that you have certainly done a lot of legwork over the last year to get to this point from where we were a year ago. I think I've even met with you possibly twice, but it's clear that you've met with a number of people, including some of our housing coordinator, who obviously has moved on to another position. But I think that is evident. I also appreciate the 3 additional requirements that have been added since we saw this in December. The architectural piece was one that certainly came to mind, how we commit to that and ensure that we're not just going to get an outcome that's going to be different than what we all envisioned, because we know that lesson has been learned again and again on the further end of West Main. But right now what's weighing on me the most is where we are in our current economic environment, and also compiled with all of this office space that's coming online in the downtown area, and what do we have to do to balance that? And I just see this as a real opportunity and a rare opportunity to do that. And in a time where our downtown and our local economy needs some positive things happening. We've heard from several people via email who've expressed that sentiment, and they're coming from a lot of different angles, but I've appreciated kind of hearing those perspectives. But I think it's so important that we provide spaces where people can work and live and play. And just be in all one place, because I do think that the traffic impacts that we have from everyone coming from outside the area to the downtown area is nothing. I mean, it's significant. And so again, as been said many times, this is just a starting point. I mean, I think there's a lot of decisions that are going to be made moving forward. I certainly hope we can get the most we possibly can out of the affordable housing component to this. It's certainly a priority of mine as well. When I look at this overall, I just see that this is is bringing much more of a value to the community and our just in our current economic circumstances than if we were just to do nothing. And I certainly, I think that you certainly have someone that you're partnering with on the architecture side. At the same time, we never can guarantee those things, which was why some of the conversations last December were challenging, because we know that we can approve this and then it can go into different hands. But at this point, I feel that I'm in a position to support the project.
And I have a question. When you state respecting the existing tenants' leases, does that just mean the existing businesses that were there will stay towards the end of the existing lease and then they'll be gone afterwards? I don't know if any even have a desire to stay, or if they would fit with any of the mixed-use commercial space, or just curious.
Yeah, I mean, it's no one's going to be displaced. I'm honoring their leases till the end. It actually just extended a few of them because one of them comes due this October. And I don't want to speak to their particular businesses, no one, everyone will stay till the end of their term. And I don't think anyone will be disappointed about the project. Mm-hmm. Either because they can re-enter like I did with Blue Moon Diner, and they can come back and operate their business, which has been a huge success for both of us, or they have plans to move on because downtown mall is not where you operate some of those businesses over the course of this city's growth.
Mm-hmm. And relative, I'm sure at this point it's so early in the process that it's not something that would be settled in any way. But I think just from an architectural standpoint, obviously this is like a major entrance corridor to the downtown mall and really a center of the city. Has the BAR offered any suggestions, or you have any thoughts about just like architecturally in terms of the materials and how it fits in with the mall? Because I know there's some people who, just purely from an architectural standpoint, I don't have any problem with the 600 West Main project, but I know there's some people who felt like that kind of more modern type of architecture might clash with the mall. Again, I don't know. I'm sure it's too early for that to be settled, but it's something I'm curious about.
That is, you're right. It's too early. That is kind of the faith, if you will, that we put in BAR, the process. I think we worked very well with BAR on 600. I think it design, you're going to have 5 people that hate something and 5 people that like something, and but it's very early, and to the conundrum I was mentioning, it's very hard to impossible to commit the capital to see this building form until you know what you're permitted to build, right? So that'll take shape. I mean, Jade, I don't know if you want to comment on make them.
Jeff Dreyfus again. The BAR, I read the few condition or the few issues that they would be looking to formally for us to address. But I will say that individual members of the BAR expressed very specific interests and concerns in the future design. One of them being that the building read more slender, be broken up into what might read as at least 2 volumes, 2 smaller, taller, slenderer volumes. Fortunately, not placing any mandated design controls over it, but we know already our goal is to understand what people are looking for before we put pencil to paper. So we've already had some preliminary conversations with the BAR, and I trust that process. We've been through that process numerous times, and there's a nice variety of interests there that I think the product will be something that is appropriate for that basic entrance corridor. One of the things to really also understand, which we've already started talking about with the BAR, is that this building will be seen from Ridge McIntyre, and there's that entire parking lot that's open, which will not always be open, by the way. Something will be built there in the future, but we are designing it for today as much as anything else. Does that help?
Definitely. Separate question, I guess more of just a comment, is again, I'm sure it's so early in the process that any of the discussions in terms of partnerships with Piedmont Housing Alliance, CRHA, or anyone else are very nebulous and uncertain. But I would definitely say, I think, that partnership to build offsite to leverage those funds, I think has a much greater impact because, as others mentioned, just how the financing lines up, the number of units that can be built, the length of affordability, whether it be with PHA or a community land trust model or something else. I think that obviously just has a much deeper impact in terms of length of affordability and number of units, just because of the other subsidies that can be leveraged. But that's just a comment. I have a couple quick questions for city staff as well.
Councilor Payne, can I just add? It gives you any more comfort. BAR did vote 9-0 to approve this, so they have the confidence in our team and what they envision for the site. So I just wanted you to know that.
Okay, thank you. I guess a question for city staff is, in terms of office space, what can be built by right under this current zoning designation, not just in terms of height, but in terms of the density?
Let me pull up our zoning ordinance just to make sure I quote this to you right. I think a lot of it is going to be related to, the maximum height. It's not going to, there's no density regulations. Our code does not talk about density regulations for office. It relies on the building code to just do that. So you've got a maximum of 70 feet subject to street wall regulations on the site. And
we have that number.
A 70-foot tall building, you're looking at probably, if you're doing office, it's probably 6 stories, potentially 5. It depends on floor to ceiling heights. Typically commercials floor to ceiling heights, I think, are usually about 15 feet because of the HVAC. So you can kind of tally that up and say you're somewhere in the 4 to 5, 5 to 6 range. And the entire site potentially could be in terms of a floor plate.
I'm sorry, it's actually in one of the slides, because the 6-story building as of right, is about 155,000 square feet. So that would be the same footprint, whether it was residential. It's the same box. If I didn't get approval, I would either put office in it or a hotel or 24 large condo units and retail on the bottom. But it's that same roughly 155,000 square foot box.
Well, I bring it up just as something I think about that's beyond this SUP, but we've had a lot of broader conversations beyond some of the criteria. Is it seems like one of the problems we're in is that by right office space in hotels can be very easily built, but by right housing, particularly apartments that are denser, cannot. And so we have a huge amount of by right office space that's been built. And at least research I've read seems to indicate that office space brings in new residents to a city who wouldn't otherwise live there, whereas building new housing units tends to not bring in new residents who otherwise wouldn't live in the city. So I just bring it up, and I think it seems like it's just a structural problem with our zoning, is that we're incentivizing office space that's contributing more than anything to an influx of wealthier residents and some of the pressures on the housing market. So that's just something I think about. And I guess my final thoughts, which again are broader than the SUP, but tie into these conversations, is I just try to I try to look at some of these things in realist perspective in terms of how development will play out. And it seems to me like capitalism and the free market without subsidy and partnerships are not going to build deeply affordable units at 0 to 30% MI, even to 80% MI. It's just not capable of building, the deepest level of affordability we need. Our SUP process is broken. It doesn't produce affordable units. It's a tool that we have very little leverage to produce affordable units if the developer is meeting the formula set by the state. It's produced, again, more coming online, but about maybe less than 10 affordable units over a decade. So it just seems to me as if it's not a tool that, if we're thinking about how do we really transform development towards the deepest affordability levels, requires proactive community development, community land trust, CRHA, acquiring land when it comes up for sale before it gets to this point. I say all of that because one of the things I consider in this and other applications is just in the situation, the reality of where we are, what does the proposed project look like versus by right development, which will happen at some point. If nothing is granted, its land is too profitable, something's going to get built. So is what's proposed do more benefit or harm than by right development? And it would seem to me like this project, because of the density, rather than being housing, rather than office space, some of the limited but new kinds of partnerships to build affordable housing units, potentially off-site. And again, just the fact of greater density in the downtown area seems to me that it's just better than the by right development, even though it's not going to get us anywhere close to where we need to be in terms of affordability. And I don't think we can kid ourselves that, this project is going to make a huge dent in, the affordable housing crisis, despite some of the real positive work that you're trying to do. I don't mean to belittle that. It's just as you mentioned, any project in terms of the number of units, it's just, the gap is so big, it's not going to solve it. So anyway, I say all that to say that, I don't have any illusions about, this project producing, tons of deeply affordable units or being the kind of perfect project that we would want to see with the kind of community development and, nonprofits purchasing and building land from the ground up. But it seems to me clear that it's better than the by right development and is a positive contribution in that respect.
Okay. Anyone else have any additional comments? No. Okay, just my last comments would be just based on hearing the council, more for the counselors, just to think about longer term, since it came up during this discussion. There were several of you that made comments about off-site housing for affordable housing and more kind of bang for your buck. When these conversations come up with like projects like PHA, CRHA, there's the drive for mixed income housing. So I just want you all to think about why it's okay for this to be all market rate, and why when we're having conversations about what level of subsidy may be needed for those projects to be low income, like all market rate units, that there's a switch in the conversation there. And Jeff, just for you, would like you to think about just moving forward how individuals who may not meet the guidelines, because people at those affordability units that you're proposing, they probably cannot meet the standard guidelines that your market rate people will come in terms of credit, income to meet the ×3, ×2, ×4 income requirements, for the units, even if you're renting to them at 50, 60, 80%. So Bank On was in Charlottesville a while ago, and that work that they were doing around how to stabilize individuals who had dealt with these kind of cycles of poverty. And if you're attempting to rent units to people in those affordability brackets, then they will need more assistance some way, or you won't be able to still rent the units. And then I also want council to think about, if you're talking about partnerships, especially with PHA and the affordability, the amount of dollars that we're giving them to over the years, if that's a partnership with them to make sure that the requirement for them to build isn't on property, isn't like Friendship Court, something that we're already subsidizing. And Lloyd, your comment about the benefits to the community when the developer could just do what is standard. The numbers that we didn't get, and Jeff and I had a conversation about this, is the benefit of the developer to get the SUP versus whatever by right, whether it's just what they desire to build and not just, a CVS, but also what those dollars look like on their end to be able to get these additional units. All right.
I did write a letter to all counselors addressing that the yields that we talked about, 7%, 6.5%, you can have that on investing $100 or $100 million. It's the same yield. I would tell you, not argue, I would tell you that if I just built a CVS or these condos, I could probably yield better. But I'd like to say unselfishly, it's all social, which part of it is. But part of it is this kind of, like I say, passion for the urban landscape of using land for its best purpose, that I personally would be upset if the best deal for me would be to move CVS from the middle of the mall down to a freestanding drive-through on the end of the mall, which I'm sure they would love, and my yield would be better. It's just investment, and it's actually a lot easier, a lot less risky. So I've explained that's just a misinterpretation of that. You're granting the developer a larger project so the developer's making more money. In fact, anything in between the developer wouldn't do. So that's, I just want
to desire, like you said, to build a CVS, so that's not even a part of this conversation. It's back to what Councilor Payne has said, what you could do by right. So that's just the decision that council starts to weigh in to their decision, but that is not anything that you intended to do. I guess you would do it if you had no other options, but that's not your intention. That's been my point during the conversation. All right.
I'm happy to make a motion.
A final thought I'll throw out, which is something I think about, is, and I don't know entirely what to make of it, but I think it speaks to some of the brutal dynamics of just how the housing market and construction market operates. Is, several years ago, there was proposed apartments proposed across from Friendship Court that were smaller units, I think around $900 a month. There were rightly objections that that's not meeting the deepest AMI needs. It's also towering over the Friendship Court community in terms of its placement and a lot of issues. It was shot down, and the developer just built a by right luxury office, Class A office space that I think McGuire Woods is moving into that's just as tall. And I think those are just some of the dynamics of how the market will operate.
Okay, I move we adopt a resolution approving a special use permit for property located at 218 West Market Street.
One clarification before going forward. The packet has the old conditions. Mr. Wheeler, if you could do a screen share. The council obviously has received this and knows, but there are 3 additional conditions that would be reflected in the ordinance if adopted. Just want to make that clarification.
So my motion obviously includes these conditions.
I'll second the motion.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Payne,
Yes.
Mr. Snook,
Yes.
Ms. Walker,
No.
Ms. McGill,
Yes.
Ms. Hill,
Yes.
All right, that carries 4-1. Thank you. And thanks staff for staying up till 11:30 answering the questions I'm presenting to.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Have a good evening. All right, next we have a discussion about the honorary street designation request. There's no one.
Madam Mayor, I had suggested to folks beforehand that we take this opportunity to thank the many people who have done exactly what we asked them to do, to submit requests and suggestions, and to say we've got some thinking to do about how we want to approach all of these things. We have competing requests for honorary street names. We even have one proposal which I otherwise would support for Gregory Swanson, that actually is already a designated honorary street. It's part of Preston Coiner's street or way or drive or whatever. We have a lot of ways in which we acknowledge people, ranging from mayoral proclamations to honorary street names and so on. We have, I'm confident in the next 6 months to a year, we're going to have a lot of discussion over things like, should we rename Rosser Lane because it was named after a major general in the Confederate Army. And there are going to be things like that we need to think about how we're going to think about it. And I don't think, although we've gotten all of these proposals in, and some of them are meritorious and some of them I have got some issues with, we have a policy in place, but not, I think I'm accurate in saying none of the 5 of us was on council at the time that policy was set out. None of the 5 of us has really had to try to figure out what we think it means. There are some substantial questions about whether some of the proposals that have been made qualify under the plan or policy that we have in place. And I don't know whether people would say, well, we ought to change the policy, or whether people would say we ought to change how we think about the policy or what. So I just think there's a whole lot of thinking we need to do as a council about how we're going to deal with honorary street names, actual street names. There may be plenty of actual street names we want to change. there, and mayoral proclamations and various other ways of praising people who are meritorious and people who have done good work in the community. That combined with the fact that it's 11:37 p.m., I'm really not up for having an extended discussion about it now, but I really think that we ought to figure out ourselves in a work session or some other opportunity. We really ought to figure out how we want to think about this and not just sort of leap into it and thrash around without any particular idea of how we're going to approach it.
Okay, so just my thoughts. When we told the community that we would be accepting applications through the 31st, there was an expectation that we would have a discussion about and make a decision from the community. And if we were going to do something different, we should have been clear then. What I talked to counselors about, and let me just get back to the screen. I think there are two on here. And this is just even not just what I talked to, I'll just say what my thinking is. What staff said before was that only the, I think Black Excellence Way was probably not within the guidelines. I spoke with Mr. Alexander over the weekend to get him to, because Black History Pathway was leading down that same discussion. And so he sent, and I forwarded that email, and had some conversations with community members about naming it Wyatt Johnson Way. And there's some information in that email about that. Both Myra and Don request, it's either, I think, yes or no, whether we agree that fits, and which one or how to consolidate. And I tried to get in contact with Myra, and I asked Mr. Gathers to contact Ms. Anderson to try to figure out if there was some agreement through what they wanted to propose. The Vinegar Hill Way, minus the conflict, I guess, with the Wyatt Johnson Way, that would be the same thing that we were talking about with Mr. Gathers, Ms. Anderson's, with Ms. Hudson. I don't, based on the reason why this was brought up, that we should be considering anything with Tony Bennett at this time. For Mr. Wilson, Mr. Gilbert, that it wasn't even completed in terms of offering a street. So those two we could table and ask for more clarification. And I think I have to look at for Martin. The Gregory Swanson one, again, if you talk to natives of the community, when you start talking about what the intention and how it's easily to bring someone in who did what he did in terms of integrating the University of Virginia, people from the community are going to still say, what about the people who kind of blood, tears, sweat, built up this community? And you walk into the library and there's already a plaque honoring him there. Mr. Reverend Brown's request about that area where his family lived is something that we should be able, to consider tonight. And just like the Tony Bennett, because in the context that this whole discussion came up around the execution of George Floyd, we should be able to consider what the citizens of the, Black citizens of this community, why they were bringing this up in the first place. So that would be, those are my thoughts. And that I think it's just going to be frustrating for the community to figure out that there's always this prolonging of request. request from them. I'm
Well,
sure
I guess my question is because
by everyone with even making a decision, but we, could make some decisions tonight.
and you said that there were the two applicants for the Black Lives Matter Boulevard versus Avenue in the different locations. They have connected with each other, or that was something that they were going to be doing?
I think at this point they did not connect. And I wasn't able to get in touch with today. I did not have time to do it before today. But I know that Mr. Gather said he reached out to Ms. Anderson. And so now it would just be up to us to decide.
And then the one that Mr. Alex Zan had sent forward, we did see something that was going to give, you said change that naming altogether. So I'm hesitant to make a decision on anything that's not been fully, like that they're still kind of working through, which I feel that's the case in that one.
Well, that's not necessarily working through. What Mr. Alexander wanted was Black History Pathway. And my conversation with him was just that the same conversation we had last month about Black Excellence Way that Ms. Hudson presented.
Agree.
Staff was saying that did not fit in the guidelines. So because he had done all this work and got signatures, I asked him, like, what would an amendment to his application be so that we wouldn't get hung up there? Okay. And he still desired to have the Black History Pathway in parentheses or somewhere on the sign if staff would say that that's a possibility or not. But the Wyatt Johnson, who Kathy Harris is the daughter of, so we were talking about her in some boards and commissions, but she has been in town. She's raised her kid in the community, and this is her father. And so Mr. Alexander was originally talking about Inge grocery store and naming it after Gregory or Thomas Inge, but then after talking to some of the elders in the community, they decided to similar probably to Gregory Swanson. While they were in the community and there was a store in the community, they were not necessarily of the community. And so that's why Wyatt Johnson Way came up in that discussion.
So the question is, do we want to just recognize that we may not be following our policies, but yet we will make some decisions that go against our policy? I think it's up to us to do if we want to do that.
So what are you talking about with this Wyatt Johnson's Way?
With Mr. Alexander, we said his preference is for Black History Pathway. That's what he proceeded to get support for out in the community. I'm trying to follow what his preference is. What's his actual submission today at this moment?
So because that did not fit in the guidelines, he said that Wyatt Johnson Way, which would fit in there, but what his request would be is if Black History Pathway could still go on the sign. And if then it would just be Wyatt Johnson's Way.
Okay.
So I can imagine a perfectly reasonable, true Black history pathway that was a pathway, a route that connected certain memorable places and locations and memorable things in Black history in Charlottesville in a way that would be deserving of the title Black History Pathway or Black History Walk or something like that. It strikes me as being, frankly, a PR opportunity being lost by putting it in this way. I mean, it just doesn't feel right. The other thing I would say about Ms. Hudson's suggestion about Vinegar Hill is that if we do in fact do something different with the city yard, it is highly likely that there will be at least one or two new actual streets that are going to have to be named coming out of that. And it may be that if, it may be appropriate that one of those streets be Vinegar Hill Avenue or Vinegar Hill Street or something like that. That's an actual name, not just an honorary name. I will be honest, I am not a great fan of honorary names, period. And I'm not looking for ways to make more honorary names. And that I say that whether it's about Black people or white people, I say that whether it's, regardless of all of these, the one that's easiest for me, in a sense, is Gregory Swanson. I think we have to remember that although he, of course, he wasn't local, and that's certainly a point. We have to remember that in 1950, the cases like Gregory Swanson were enormously important on the road to Brown versus Board of Education, because the one thing that lawyers knew, judges knew, was that judges understood that what law school you went to mattered. Judges understood then that it was simply not true that Black law schools were separate but equal. And it was certainly not true, and that they were, once they acknowledged that for their own profession, that was an important step in what Thurgood Marshall was trying to do to get to the point where he could bring Brown versus Board, where he could say to the Supreme Court, listen, you have acknowledged that in cases like Gregory Swanson's, that what law school you go to matters, and that it's not simply a question of separate but equal. And so this was an important step towards Brown versus Board. Gregory Swanson is certainly somebody, if we want to acknowledge his role and the role of that case in our legal history, would be appropriate to do so. The only problem I have with it is that it happens to be we're seeking to designate it on a part of what is already Preston Coiner honorary way or street or whatever. And that at some point gets me to the question of whether there is any rhyme or reason to what we're doing, which is kind of why I go back to the idea of let's spend some time and figure it out and figure out what we want to do and why we want to do it.
And my comment, because I have to comment, Thurgood Marshall graduated from the same law school that Gregory Swanson would have graduated from had he attended Howard. And so some very excellent attorneys came out of all Black institutions. And it wasn't just simply being able to integrate white institutions, because clearly that hasn't solved the problems, because we're still dealing with the same civil rights issues that we had in the past. It was just white people having the most power. And so why Black people wanted to integrate those universities had nothing to do with, because just like in Charlottesville, the people who attended Burley and those all Black institutions have fared better than people who've been in these integrated settings. And so that comment, next time you want to make comments like that, you should do your research.
I have done my research, and I will tell you that the research is
so Thurgood Marshall graduated from where? So you cannot say that UVA was a better law school.
What I'm saying is that judges understood UVA to be a better law school.
No,
whether it was or not is a different issue.
White judges understood UVA.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so if what Thurgood Marshall planned, and you can do the research on this and read, I can't remember the name of the book that I read, it was about probably 30 years ago, that talked about this and was based on Thurgood Marshall.
I'm not going to have a discussion with you about what Black people think about all Black institutions and why integration, they thought it was important at the time.
I'm just explaining why Gregory Swanson was important and why the case was important. And part of why it was important was that it was understood that the way to appeal to white judges was to get white judges to understand something, be based on the quality or the perceived quality of law schools that they weren't going to perceive any other way. And that's in fact what
I'm
happened.
simply saying that Thurgood Marshall, who argued that case, graduated from Howard.
Okay, I agree.
All right.
Well, to pull the conversation in a different direction, I guess when I was reading over the applications earlier today and just hearing some of the public comments, I was thinking about, it seems like, some of these renamings, it seems like if we're thinking about the rhyme or reason to it, a lot of them I think make sense connected as part of like a recontextualizing or reimagining some of our public spaces. I think especially the applications along Market Street as well as on 4th Street, just because of the locations and the proximity to the parks, the Jefferson School. And so I feel like there's an opportunity there, even if we don't decide everything to, in choosing, I think like Black Lives Matter Boulevard on Market Street and just the proximity to the parks and the history of the summer of 2017 and some of the, changes that, could very well happen in those parks and those public spaces, just to take some kind of action to kickstart this and think it is being, maybe tied into, a broader connection to our public parks, streets, the Jefferson School, and all these different local recontextualizations of our public spaces that are going on. So anyway, that's kind of just how I was thinking about, at least taking action on one of them. I mean, there's multiple of them that to me seem to make sense that I'm totally comfortable with, but it seems like we could easily get ourselves in a situation of just talking around it forever. And I would also have note with Alexander's request. I mean, I'd have no issue if there's any concern about whether it fits with the policy. I would have no issue changing that policy. I think it's from 2011, and at least I wasn't really aware of it at all. So I have no issue re-examining or changing that policy if that's a concern related to any of the renamings.
I believe that's part of what we were coming back to when we first were looking at all of this, and why we decided to take everyone's ideas, put them together, and then talk about how we were actually going to be addressing this, is because, I mean, we were also starting to run into problems about actually where the signs would physically go on top of other signs. And again, this is just, while that section, I mean, we do have to address an actual physical limitation of how many signs can go on the pole. And by looking at this map, I'm not really putting together where some of the, because as I recall, there was an issue of 3 signs already being on the street pole. Again, not necessarily, that's not an insurmountable issue. But it needs something that we've got to figure out how we want to solve that. Are we going to take away one of the other honorary street namings that's over that? Are we, this is just a logistical thing, but it is one that we need to not just throw into city staff's lap and say, okay, fix. Without some input from us, does this mean, do honorary street names, are they going to last forever? Do they last for 10 years? That's, again, lots of these make a lot of sense to me. I would also, want to make sure that Mr. Zan, that everyone who signed on to one thing is good with the change with Mr. Zan. I'm just, I don't know.
Well, I would say again, I feel like I'm just I feel like we should just at least for me, I would just take action on something tonight. And I mean, like looking at them, I think to me, like the Black Lives Matter Boulevard on Market Street, the request on 4th Street, request for Reverend Brown on Rosser Street are all ones that to me I support and they would make sense to me. And there are other additional ones as well. I mean, but I just feel like we could take action on at least something.
And we already had at one point taken action on Black Lives Matter, either whether it was Boulevard or Avenue. And that's when it came to council to vote on, and that's when some of this kind of started swirling, is because the decision we had made was not well received by everyone. And so I agree, if we can align on what we can do with that, one of those options again, and maybe it's a different outcome now than it was before, I'm open to that, because I feel like we already had kind of decided that. We just went in a different direction than
right,
one direction, not the other. So I'm open to that. And the 4th Street piece, I just thought there was two requests asking for that same stretch. So it means that we're automatically saying that we're not going with one.
Right.
It would just need to be a decision about, I think we could make a decision about the Black Lives Matter. We could make a decision about the Wyatt Johnson's Way. And I guess we need to even have staff weigh in to see if, and I thought I was something I was going to get to today that I didn't, because I've been talking to people since early AM. But Dr. Richardson, is there anyone that could answer whether we could add Black History Pathway to a sign? Is there enough space to do Wyatt Johnson Way and Black History Pathway? And then if that is answered, then we would need to decide between that and the Vinegar Hill Way. But we should be able to do those, one of each of those two, the Black Lives Matter and the Vinegar Hill Wyatt Johnson, and then the Reverend Brown's request, we should, I mean, that one, there is no conflict there. So that we should be able to do.
Let me just say, yeah, we do have Paul, he's on. And I think that, you know, we talk about this in terms of having the multiple signs on one sign, on one pole. I think we need to have a further discussion about that moving forward, just to put a policy in place that addresses these things. As was mentioned earlier, you know, probably no one was on council probably when this was put in place. So I just think further conversation may be needed, but Paul can answer the question in terms of the signage and what things you put on the.
So I'm just not clear, because there's two different.
You put more than one sign on.
Oh, I thought that's what the question was, at a certain location.
I am confused about like what you're saying, Nakaya, about the Wyatt Johnson Way stacked on one sign with Black History Pathway.
So he just thought like at the bottom of that sign, if we could put Black History Pathway in parentheses or something like that. If not, then it would just be the Wyatt Johnson Way. I don't know how many words can fit on the sign. So that was a question I was supposed to ask staff today that I didn't get to.
What about possibly, you know, making a decision tonight on, you know, the Black Lives Matter Boulevard on Market Street, the honorary street designation for Reverend Brown on Rosser, which I would also note in the application was, you know, it was applying for an honorary street name, but also mentioned like ultimately the desire was to change the street name itself, not just honorary. Just throw that out there. But with the, but maybe with Alexander's request, just especially because it had so many signatures for that specific naming, would we be open to changing the policy and then coming back to it if whether it fits with the policy is the concern. I guess I would just be a little uncomfortable if it got that level of community support.
And he
the way
communicated.
it was, that if it would be perceived as us changing it,
He did reach out to the community to come up with this name, but I guess Wyatt Johnson Way is still his second choice. So it would be back to whether we would change the policy, which would be the same conversation when Miss Hudson changed hers to Vinegar Hill Way from Black Excellence Way.
well, I would have no issue changing the policy and making the decision on if that's the concern. And I think there's a case that it could even fit with the policy as is, but I get I 100% get the unease about it, and I would be comfortable again making a decision on two of them, and then at the next council meeting, if we're open to changing the policy to just being on a footing that feels like we're more sure about the 4th Street one, because again, I think given that location, given the level of community support for it, I do think it's worthwhile, and I wouldn't want I just wouldn't want it to feel like we unilaterally made a decision about changing what the signage would be, without just having a little back and a dialogue about it. But I don't know.
I agree with that, because outside of, just the email that came through, it seems like there's still a lot in flux around what's the preference and what that might look like and what's even feasible. And it's not that we're not saying we're going to do it. I think more information and another opportunity to visit this with more information would be helpful. And I'm fine with moving forward with making a decision on one of the Black Lives Matter options, as well as Reverend Brown's request.
And I'll just say that what I told Alexander too was that moving forward, I have the same concerns about, I think the purpose of the honorary street name is for people. And I spent probably an hour or two with having this conversation with him about the purpose of it is to be able to look up and say, oh, who was that person, and Google a person. So you get away from that when you start doing some of the, the Black History Pathway, Black Excellence Way. But, and I think during our discussion, some of you had raised those concerns, but if there is an interest in changing the policy to allow that, then I'm sure that would be his preference.
Well, and my thinking on it was just, there could, especially given the location and the proximity to the Jefferson School, is I wonder if there could be an opportunity for it to be connected again with some of these recontextualizations of public spaces in local history, even if the name itself is that broader banner. I wonder, especially with that location, if there's an ability to connect it to really local history. But we talked about this earlier as well, and I 100% agree. I think connecting it to local history and local people, I feel like, is the most powerful thing, because it brings people to learn about things that are specific to the community.
Yeah. And Mr. Alexander and Mr. Blair brought up this point in different variations, but about creating, I think Mr. Alexander talked to maybe Andrea at the Dr. Douglas, but if the city even created a website to go along with the honorary street names, is what, Mr. Blair had talked about, so that people, when they Googled, they would find that written, history about the person and why it was there. And so I think, that would give an opportunity for the research to occur, maybe through, we will partner with Dr. Douglas to help with that or something. And then the families could, submit more history that they wanted. And when we were talking about keeping a record, Sina brought this up earlier, and history not being lost. I think that was a, excellent, idea in terms of, just having that, that information there. So that's something else that while we're thinking about honoring in whichever way, whether it's a plaque at the library, honorary street, a plaque in the park, we would want people to be able to find this information without having to do a ton of research.
And the final thing I'll say is, I guess I was just, thinking of possibilities, which is beyond, us renaming anything. But what the ones on 4th Street and Market Street made me think of is just the Drury Brown Bridge and the bridge builders that are on it, and having that a space that's just like a more continuous history with things like on like where the road is again, especially with the proximity to Jefferson School. But that's just a fanciful thought.
An actual pathway of names that people could,
or whatever community people.
And that's what I talked to him about. Like, what is the story you're trying to tell versus just the street sign? And he fussed at me, and I still told him that I think you're, this is what you're trying to do. And he fussed at me some more. I get fussed at a lot, but ultimately he wants to do exactly, that, which create this story around, people, and that's what he has in mind. And so, yeah. So if you're gonna pause on that one until, is that what I'm hearing you all say?
But I personally would like to change the policy because I would like to see it happen. But are you about to? I don't.
I'm just wanting us to. I'm really running low on steam, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one. So I want us to figure out what can we decide tonight and what can we table for the next meeting.
Mr. Oberdorfer, is there an issue physically with adding more signs to, and this came up, it came up because the second
Market Street,
there are already so many signs on the various poles. And again, this doesn't mean we don't do it, but it does mean we have to look at then what we take away.
You have your mute on.
Oh, well.
No, he does. Sorry, you're fine.
Oh.
So that's correct. And it comes down to wayfinding. That's the objective of the street naming, is so that navigation can be performed by the person that's going down the street. The honorary street names are in addition to the wayfinding. And so when you stack up 2 street names and then 2 honorary street names, it becomes very complicated for the person to navigate through that Market Street corridor. So I would just consider that. And secondarily, the blade width of the signs are limited, and I don't know the character length, but we'll have to take into consideration how long the street name can be.
There would just be one honorary street designation on Market Street, right?
But there's already one.
Yeah, it's 2nd Street. We have an honorary street name, and at 4th Street, we have an honorary street.
They're on the same pole in some cases. It's just going perpendicular to each other.
And so to work around that, there's some other options we can look at, which is actually placing the honorary street name on the vertical that attaches to the pole. And depending on ADA and some other considerations, we could do that. But again, that would take some research and some field work by the staff to figure that out that I can't answer to tonight.
That's kind of where we got the last time we talked about this.
Well,
and then we went in a different direction. And then we went with 7th Street.
I wouldn't want to consider doing multiple. That defeats the whole purpose. If you're talking about special and significance, and then
it's not the same street, Nakaya, though. It's perpendicular. So it's marked. We already have 2nd Street name for the Coiner. We already have Song. and on the other street, and those would be bisecting. And he's just saying that for two actual placards for each way means that there's 4 on a pole, because our street signs are on one pole going both ways in many places. Sometimes they're actually overhanging the intersection, but that's less common.
Also, our French City is not on the map we were given.
They say
So I don't know if that map is complete.
And that was based on legislation, so we can go back and amend the map to make sure that we've included everything.
Just by looking at it, trying to like cross over and trying to figure out where we're stacking or whatever,
Okay, so it sounds like we're at the Black Lives Matter, Mr. Gathers, Ms. Anderson's proposal, and then Reverend Brown's proposal. So that's easy, I guess, if Reverend Brown's proposal. And the only other thing I would offer, whatever we decide, we need to give staff they're going to want us to come out, some of us, to do when the dedication. So that's to keep in mind, and to just kind of stagger these, and that they're not all going to be done at the same time. Staff, I just want to put that out there. But that also, it isn't delayed forever.
Whatever we decide tonight, we're actually asking staff to then prepare a council memo for our agenda to ultimately make a decision, right?
Huh?
We're just giving direction right now to staff tonight. We're not taking formal votes. We're saying that the majority of us agree to do this, and staff's going to come back with, like they did last time. Like there was a proposal, and it says this is what we're going to do, and this is what's been agreed to, and then we vote on it. Isn't that right?
I think because this is a discussion.
This is a discussion. It was never, yeah.
But I think, Mr. Blair, is there any reason that those 2 items we couldn't vote on tonight?
Well, you can vote on them. There's no need for a second reading for either. One thing that I would point out is that, and we've kind of gone in a jagged line around all of this, but I think where at the August 2nd meeting, and I see Mr. Ikafuna has joined us. The July 20th meeting, there was some discussion, and just like was just stated by Councilor Hill and Vice Mayor McGill, the 2 applications for Black Lives Matter Boulevard, one was Market Street from 1st to 9th, and one was Market Street 7th, and the proposal that came back on August 7th was Market Street 7th, and it went from
Market to
East Jefferson.
That's correct.
And so that just, I wanted to clarify that point, that the 2 applications had, while they were both Market Street, there were different portions of Market Street. To the mayor's,
and one of them was perpendicular to Market Street.
Right. And to the mayor's point, there's nothing that would prohibit taking action on one or both of these proposals tonight. And my goodness, it's 12:15, but I did want to circle back. There has also been discussion tonight about wanting a policy change, and I'm happy to take the 2011 policy, but is it fair to say that based on the discussion tonight, rather than just people or events, that you would also like to look at a broader category of celebrations or some sort of broader recognition, such as Black History Pathway or Black Excellence Way, something of that nature?
Well, I know that I'm in the minority, but I would rather have as narrow a set of designations as possible, simply because I'm not a great fan of honorary street names whoever they may be named after.
I don't know. I thought the.
It just seems like a weird, like a council will always have the discretion about it. I still like technically, you could make a case it's not in the policy, but to me it seems clear it's still connected to local history. It's not as if it's just some totally disconnected thing. It's just the technicality of how you want to necessarily view the 2011 policy. So I don't have any issue changing it if that alleviates any concerns about it, just because I feel like council will always, maintain discretion of whether it has any connection to local history or local community efforts.
I agree with that.
And just to back that point up, if you take a look at the city code section 28-4, it does explicitly state that the council maintains the authority to name the streets, and an ordinance does override a policy, although I don't advise clients to go against their policy. But again, that's why we would amend the policy if a majority would like to.
In all honesty, in some areas, I really do think we need to look at this in a more holistic area as we're re-looking at our city and re-looking at our history and being more inclusive in our history. And we need to be looking, I think, in general at our real street names, not just our honorary street names. That's a much bigger thing, but I do think that's something that we need to be addressing. But that's
So is there a third
beyond
person interested in changing the policy?
Changing the policy.
All right.
What just happened?
Is there a third person interested in changing the policy? There's two of us.
Mayor Walker, if I could add that the application may also be where there may have been some confusion with Mr. Zan and possibly another application, because it does look like of local significance to Charlottesville is a separate item, is a separate designation.
Yeah. And again, based on the support, I'm not necessarily interested in changing the policy, because I know that, and the only reason I had this conversation is because, we had this conversation about that it was the same thing as the Black Excellence Way. I will support this Black History Pathway. I do prefer, I share with them, that when you do honorary street names, that it's not just some generic statement that you are honoring people, and I will still hold to that. But there was a lot of people who signed on to this, and if that is the direction that council wishes to go in, I will support that. But I don't want to necessarily change the policy, because I don't think that that should become the norm.
And I guess we've distinguished that from Black Lives Matter as a movement. I'm just trying to understand, because that
There was a ruling on that the Black Lives Matter as a movement, as a political movement, and was
an organization.
Yeah, fits into our current policy.
And there's a local chapter to this organization. So
yeah.
And I'm not a fan of Black Lives Matter Boulevard or Avenue either. I mean, I'm just gonna get in all kinds of trouble, what they already know. So I really think that when you're talking about honoring people and honoring history, but I understand. So I'll do this, but I'd much rather to look at all the people who have built this community up and I would like when people see those signs to be able to Google a person and find out the significance that individual had to the community.
And I agree with that. I just felt like there's been broad council support for us to go pursue some of these other things. I mean, I don't feel like I'm following your lead on that. I mean,
my lead.
I'm not in support of it.
In support of what?
In support of changing the policy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in support of looking at the policy in general and making sure it fits us currently, but not necessarily in broadening it.
Well, I don't think we would come up with anything differently. I think what we are saying now is whether, even though there have been some questions, because Ms. Hudson will come and say, you all told me my Black Excellence Way didn't fit here. So as long as we are understanding that we are now saying that Black History Pathway does fit, and when we had that discussion, I had with some of you, there was the same question mark. But I'm willing, if we're saying that because of the community support behind Black History Pathway, if that's where we're going, or if we're now saying we can consider Black History Pathway or Vinegar Hill Way.
I personally am saying that I think we need to make sure, just give it a little bit longer, making sure that everybody who was on board with the original petition is okay with Mr. Johnson's pathway.
And I think I keep saying this, but Mr. Alexander talked to, I think if you all know how he works, he talked to everybody, but his preference is Black History Pathway. Wyatt Johnson Way was the amendment, and he did talk to Ms. Harris to say, could we honor your father in this way? And the original request came in as Thomas Inge Way, so he would tell you if he was here that he would like to name it Black History Pathway.
I just think we're talking around in circles about the most arbitrary of arbitrary policies. If we like the names and we feel they reflect community support or local community history, then I don't see the issue with it. Again, I guess I'm sure we all want to get to a decision point. I would be in support of the Black Lives Matter Boulevard, the 4th Street, and Reverend Brown's. I'm fine if others don't want to do all of them at once to put 4th Street off to a different council meeting. But are we on a consensus on 2 of them for tonight?
I think we're at a consensus on all 3 then.
I thought we had to either change the policy or acknowledge that we're going against the policy for that.
But only 2 people wanted to change the policy.
I'm not in favor of changing the policy, but I will, because Mr. Blair, if we're saying that, like you said, it was just how you're reviewing the policy, Michael, you said that yourself.
Well, and personally, in my opinion, I think I would view it as fitting with the policy because I view it as connected to, local history and events. But anyway, I don't know.
I'm really, we have to wrap this up. Like, I am not my best self right now. And I have an early morning.
All right, so are we saying we're going to right now make them, what do we need to make the motion on, I guess, those 3 items, Mr. Blair?
Well, I think first we need a motion on Black Lives Matter Boulevard. And I would again ask that the council designate whether they want to go with the Market Street 1st through 9th proposal from Mr. Gathers, or Market Street 7th Street, which is Mr. Ikefuna stated is really perpendicular to Market Street.
Well, Myra's is Black Lives Matter Avenue.
Right.
I would say Mr. Gather's request, I view it as being more prominent, adjacent to the parks, a main thoroughfare.
And that we're just going to work through any logistical hurdles that we have with signage.
And Mr. Gathers very particularly chose that from the park to the parking garage as a very particular, yeah. And I agree with that space.
Okay. So what do we need to do next?
So how about there be a motion to approve Mr. Gather's application?
I would make a motion to approve Mr. Gather's application.
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
I do have a question. Is this giving staff the go-ahead to make the change or to come back with a report?
To make the change.
Okay. Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Because I don't think it fits the policy and I think we ought to follow the policy, I'll vote no.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes.
All right. So now we are down to the history pathway or Vinegar Hill Way.
I'm abstaining right on that. I'm too confused.
I'm in support of Mr. Zan's, but I'm fine to put that off, making the final decision to the next council meeting if others feel like, especially given how late it is, working out the things related to the policy and what, if anything, we need to do with that is just something we don't want to go down that rabbit hole any further.
Yeah, I prefer to wait on anything we can right now.
All right. Well, we can postpone it, but I don't think we had 3 votes to change the policy. So I just want to say that we're only postponing it to deal with it at another date in the same conversation and under the same, or, with the same information. All right. So, Reverend Browns, is there a motion?
I move to accept Reverend Brown's street name change honorary request.
Second.
All right, Ms. Thomas.
Mr. Payne?
Yes.
Mr. Snook?
Yes.
Ms. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. McGill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill?
Yes. And then there are a litany of other requests that we are going to be considering in the future. And I'm sure there'll be more requests that come in. But right now, this is what we have the capacity to deal with.
And I think that's where I was talking about, that's where I was thinking we need to start looking at the policy. It's like, are we going to start setting how many we make a year? Because otherwise we could be facing this every month.
And
I think that,
excuse me.
We don't have to accept, there is one that Tanisha submitted today after a Facebook post that I chimed in on from a community member, April, who grew up in the, community too, about Mr. Byers. So that is something I hope that we consider at the next meeting. But I did want to give, I sent his daughter in there, of course, trying to honor him at this time. So I didn't expect, but she had chimed in on a few Facebook posts. So that's the only one that's not in this. But I thought because he had just passed away, that it's something that we could have easily considered. But that I will hopefully have by the next meeting.
So Mayor Walker, as a point of clarity, because that request did come in after the August 31st deadline, I did not jump on getting that submitted to everyone by tonight. But for requests that do come in, would council like to receive those immediately? for consideration.
Well, that's what I think we need to set a policy about is like, are we doing this every time a request comes in? Are we going to be looking at every 6 months? This
We need
is
to have a larger discussion about this. And I think we shouldn't want to let them get watered down because, you know, when these requests started coming in this time, it was really in terms of everything that was happening after George Floyd's death. So just because other people start chiming in with like a Gregory Swanson or a Tony Bennett or any type of request, we can't start saying that we are getting bombarded with, you know, requests. So we know more will come in and we can, I think we just need to have a discussion about timelines, like if we're going to do it like we do boards and commissions or something like that. I mean, that makes sense, you know, for staff, you know, to have to prepare and to even be able to get the signs made and put the signs up and to the PR stuff that goes along with that. So we can talk about that. We clearly are not going to talk about it, you know, make decisions tonight.
I would say at this point, and I have no need to see every new application right as it comes in.
I would just note that 55 minutes ago, I said this essentially that we ought to talk about how we're going to talk about it before we start acting.
Okay, but again, that delays what people expectation. The only other thing that I would like for Mr. Blair for us to consider is that it came up with April's request for Mr. Byers that if you don't live in the area, you have to be a Charlottesville resident. And I think that when you're talking about history and maintaining it, people who are native to Charlottesville can tell that history in a way that others cannot, and that is an amendment that I want to propose when we have this discussion.
So is our final decision just this final vote on Reverend Brown's?
And I was taking the time to bring that up because I told April I would. So we're at that point in the discussion. I know you all are tired, but I did tell her that I would make sure that concern was heard.
Did everyone receive that request? I only saw my name and the mayor. I don't think everyone got that request.
No, because that wasn't the request from April. That was the request Tanisha put in from that request. And so, yeah. All right. Did we already vote? Because I don't even remember now.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So any other business? All right, Mr. Wheeler, matters by the public.
We're at Matters for the Public. If you'd like to speak to council, click the raise hand icon in the Zoom webinar. And first up is Jim Hingley. Jim, you're on the City Council. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just want to go back on an issue that came up in this discussion about Howard University versus University of Virginia Law Schools. As the application makes clear, Gregory Swanson was a graduate of Howard University Law School. The application to UVA Law School was for graduate work, and it was intentionally designed and considered as a strategy to break the color line that existed in all universities in the former Confederate states of the South. So I hope council, if there's further consideration given to this, will not couch the issue in terms of a dispute or a conflict between which law school is better and for what reasons. In fact, this was part of the strategy of the NAACP that was essentially guided by Charles Hamilton Houston, who was the dean of the Howard University Law School. The second thing I would say, again, briefly, with respect to whether Gregory Swanson was of the community, when he was here, he did not live at UVA, he lived in Vinegar Hill. And while he was here, because he was a lawyer, as I indicated, having graduated from Howard University Law School and practiced law in Virginia, he took on the representation of an African American in this community who was charged with rape. And he represented him at trial. He was sentenced to death, and he appealed the case to the Virginia Supreme Court, where the death sentence was upheld. So he was very much a person who contributed to the welfare and well-being of this community. Thank you.
And I still stand, thank you for that information, but there's still a difference between the acceptance of someone who comes here through UVA versus some of the other community members who, because they don't have that affiliation, are not honored in the same way. And the Howard Law School versus UVA Law School should never been a part of the discussion and what is better and what is not. So that's my comment to your comments.
Our next speaker is Don Gathers. Don, you're on the City Council.
Oh, another interesting evening. May I please recommend that and suggest that if you're going to have a discussion about policy or policy change at the next meeting or any future meetings, that you move that up to the beginning of the meeting so that the community and the citizens can actually be a part of that discussion. Because I dare say that at 12:36, no one wants to entertain that at this point. It just seems oftentimes, and I need you all to be aware of this, it just seems that oftentimes these meetings define the intersectionality between overt and covert racism. We shouldn't still be having discussions about policy and studying and committing. It sometimes seems like we're just trying to kick the can down the road rather than actually deal with the meat that's sitting there on the plate. Let's just deal with what's in front of us, and we can figure out all the side items, the dressing that goes with it. But we can't continue to just seemingly want to sometimes ignore things and I don't know if it's in hope that it'll be forgotten or in hopes that it'll be overlooked. We need to deal with things as they exist in the moment. And I just really hope that if this is going to be a future discussion, because it's been drug on now for many, many weeks, that it will be moved towards the front of an agenda so that the community can be a part of that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reverend Ralph Brown. Reverend Brown, you're on the council. Can you hear us?
Yes. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for the, I don't usually watch council meetings. And if you all are putting in this kind of time to serve the city, you should get money and medals. Anyway, I wanted to say thank you. And I appreciate the effort that you put into it.
Well, fortunately, we make the big bucks for the hours we put in. So. But thank you. And thank you for your request and application as well.
Thank you. As I mentioned earlier, my only concern would be whether another council would come along and decide that all the honorary signs needed to come down and that you all lost your mind. Okay. So I think somewhere along the line you have to address a policy about what's going to happen with all of the honorary, I mean, well-intentioned before you came to council. But certainly I think you have to come up with something that's going to address the long term. Because as I mentioned, when I submitted the application, I really was interested in the street name changing, but I'll take what I can get. So thank you.
And our next speaker is Ziana Bryant. Ziana, you're on with council. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
So I think first it just speaks volumes that I've done like 3 meetings while you guys have been meeting. So I think that there definitely needs to be a way to shorten these meetings. I'm not sure how y'all can do that, but I don't think sitting on Zoom for 6 hours is going to work. And I also know that, you know, Heather has stated that she has an early morning tomorrow, and as we all do. And, you know, Lloyd has said that he, you know, is not a fan of honorary street names, but I think that there does need to be a conversation about policy, because I just from what I've heard for the past hour or whatever, there seems to be just like a very case by case nature that council handles a bunch of issues. This is not just specific to honorary street names, but I think when there are policy changes in place, then it makes it easier for the next council people to have these conversations later down the line. And so I think there's a lot of energy targeted at Nakaya in particular because she is the mayor. But this just shows that there's, you know, fundamental, there's just failure throughout council after council around how to amend policies. So I think that that should be a conversation for the next meeting. And I would like to agree with Don. I think it needs to happen earlier in the meeting, 12:30, 12:42 a.m. The only people who are up are college students and people who care deeply about this. So there needs to be some way to amend that process. Thank you guys for your work. Again, we all have early mornings tomorrow, so I hope you guys get some rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Walker, there are no other hands raised.
Okay. Have a good evening. Meeting adjourned.